Hello, everyone, and welcome to the KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. My name is Kevin KanashiiGG's, and I am joined by
Luis.
Yeah, Lou the Ninja.
Lou the Ninja, yeah.
What's up? So, I'm your host once again. By the way, this is not your ordinary tournament. By the way,
No, it is not.
We are super delayed. We've had a couple of technical difficulties, but we'll just run over the rules real quick. If V can pull that up for us, that'd be great. The rules for this game is pretty much there's a 5-tier level system. The first tier is everybody has to play with a kazoo in your mouth, and then the games progressively get harder as the tournament continues. So we have already started the first game. We are already in it. It is Eichenwald, and it is between T-Cats Monster Hogs versus
And the Enchanters.
And Kairos' Enchantresses.
There we go, yeah.
So once again, these teams are all balanced out. There's members from both the Onyx team, the A team here, as well as the Ruby team, as well as it's open to all students as well. So we will see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting little matches.
Yeah. So right now it's level 1. They're playing with kazoos in their mouth, and if we get the outside camera, you could see that. As they're all currently struggling to get that up and running for themselves. It is quite the sight to see and to hear as well.
Oh, yeah, it's a blast.
So yeah, if we could get into the game whenever they are ready to go, we will we'll have a quick peek over at that, and yeah. Once again, here we go. We're on Eichenwald. It looks like Kairos' team has already gotten all the way to 3 points. So, yeah, the Enchantress is currently having the lead. Push it all the way to the end, and we're waiting on the push by the Monster Hog. Heroes, nice hook right there, nice hook elimination. Able to push the rest of the team through. And Daide, they have Daide as well. Daide is another game player known for his support play. Very interesting to see him hop out there. You have two Grandmasters on the team. I'll get to that. Skill doesn't mean anything, especially when you get
It's gonna be really interesting. It's balanced out. Might have that.
Let's get brought down by that coalescence. The rest, Kairos Monster Hogs are just pushing on through and holding down the point, and that's actually going to be the first one.
Yeah.
Or the Enchantresses. That's Kairos' team. Kairos' Enchantresses is going to win the first round. Sorry we missed out on most of that, but that is it. We're going to have a look at the play of the game real quick. Kairos on that Roadhog. Quite an impressive play here. Yeah, he got a quick hook and a finish right there. Pulls the whole hog and pushes his way through. So, overall, very impressive and very good to see. Congratulations to the Enchantresses for joining us and actually taking the first win here.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. Sadly, we got to miss most of that match. But other than that, what is the next phase for them?
So, as we said, it is a tier list kind of game.
It is.
So, congrats to Kairos. Kairos is on that left side there. So here we go. Let's choose their destiny. By the way, if you guys want to see, level 2 Batsu games will be up on the screen for you guys. These games are just made to be uncomfortable. They're not necessarily going to change the way how the game is played, but it will make it a little bit more difficult on them. So level 2 Batsu game. Let's see what they get. All right. No chairs. They lose their chairs. So that is going to be the punishment for the Enchantresses. They cannot play with chairs for the next game.
Oh man, that's gonna be interesting.
Okay.
Even then, the tables are really low there too.
Exactly. It's something that most players have to adjust their chairs, be at the right height. But without a chair, you're either squatting or standing. So we'll see how they adjust. And yeah, that will be it. Sorry, we just hopped on and have to hop off, but we'll be taking a quick intermission as we get to the next game.
Yep.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. My name is Kanashii, and I'm joined by
Lou the Ninja?
Lou the Ninja. Yep. We've hung out before at SF Shock things for the most part.
Yeah, that and Razor Store too as well.
Oh, and the Razor Store. Yeah, dude. Oh my God, throwing it all the way back to the Razor Store stuff.
Oh yeah.
But once again, we are here at the Trick or Treat Throwdown. This is something of my creation. I'm sorry to all the players and all of the fans out there. We've been having a couple of technical difficulties along the way, but we finally got the show on the road.
I know. Yeah.
So, just to let you guys know what the rule set is today, it's pretty much a 6v6 Overwatch tournament, pretty standard, but with a twist. There are 5 levels of tiers, and it progressively gets harder as you continue to go up the ladder. It starts out with something very simple. The first tier is kazoos in the mouth. Everybody's got to play with a kazoo in their mouth, which is fun for literally everyone. And then it progressively gets harder as we continue on.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see.
So, another thing, we get to pick the maps because we're evil like that.
Yeah.
And we decided to go with Eichenwald because it is one of the ones with the Halloween event.
Spoopy time.
It is. So it's time for that. We're going to be seeing the match between the Monster Hogs and the Enchantresses. Enchantresses led by Kairos and Daide, a couple of Grandmasters. Meanwhile, the Monster Hogs are all hosted by TCAT and ran by TCAT. So there we go. We got the 2 teams out there ready to roll.
Attackers incoming.
As you can see, the kazoos in their mouth, making it very difficult for literally everybody. You know, one of the main points of this game is to make sure that the communications is on point. And you know, I find it very difficult when you take away communication.
Yeah, it's what can you say? Like you can't really communicate. Like you can't really communicate with it. And first of all, and second of all, you really need communication for Overwatch.
Exactly. It's one of those games that's a team game. It does really need this. But here we go. We're going to be hopping into the first match. The Monster Hogs, hosted by TCAT, versus Kairos' Enchantresses. So TCAT this time is on the Tracer. Oh, looking already there. Gets hooked up and brought down. So TCAT quickly erased from the team, trying to get in early. As you can see, that they have a dive composition kind of built out for them.
Yeah, it's very interesting going into like an Arisa Hog like that.
Yeah, meanwhile, the other team is running Arisa Hog with a pharmacy as well.
Yeah, it's a very interesting like take on this. I mean, they do have a Reapers that kind of go in, but their tank line is just not really meant for that kind of ball.
Yeah, either that or they have to be very aggressive in order to get in. But
yeah, exactly.
Once again, the Monster Hogs, the only thing that is really like messing with the Enchantresses is the fact that they don't have communication. They clearly have great mechanical skill with what they already have set up there.
And you can tell they're just managing to hold out really well.
There's Black Evo on the bar, already getting a couple kills, and Daide gonna pop Coalescence, and with Kairos and Black Evo, they're just gonna be pushing their way into the rest of the team, into the Monster Hogs, not giving them any space.
No, it's almost a full teamwork too as well. Yeah, they actually need to keep a track of the pulls from the Arisa Hog.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things, especially if you're playing a team that doesn't have barriers, it's going to be difficult to really mitigate that. If you get pulled, you're pretty much getting hooked.
Yeah, exactly.
I do understand the use of D.Va as well. They are going to dive, they're going to get aggressive here. And they're trying to push on through. Black Evo being uncontested with the skies once again. Kairos. But the damage is already done.
The Reaper coming in with a Blossom too as well.
Dreamwalker really just setting the tempo here. Trying to turn it around for the Monster Hog. And TCAT and the rest of the crew are going to be cleaning it up.
Man, that's a pretty clean take.
Yeah, you see the aggressiveness that they're going to be taking here as well. They're just like, you know, they already took the space, and TCAT, Black Evo's already out for this fight. They might have to commit the res in order to bring it back.
Yeah. Main thing here is like they also, while they got really aggressive, they also waited for to collect ult as well. Because if not, that push would have probably ended up as, you know, either a dry run or just not a winnable push at all.
Yeah, Harambe on the Winston. It's kind of his calling card. Finds Black Evo again, so the bar is out for the fight. It's another aspect that they don't have to worry about. TCAT does find the Widow in the backline, and Galaxy already picking out Kairos. Yeah, the rest of this team is already being brought down quickly. Daide also eliminated. TCAT just kind of putting on a clinic on his own here, along with the rest of the team.
Good picks out there. Good picks. Good picks. Right now they just need to back off and they need to completely take this fight as a team instead of just going there and stagger. That's the main issue they're having right now.
Yeah, they kind of gave up that one fight because they weren't playing as a full unit, and now, oh man, Dreamwalker is already he's on the prowl. Oh, Shadow Step. He's made himself obvious with the Death Blossom coming out, but he's already slept. That's gonna cancel out that ultimate, and they're just gonna try to push on through, keep the damage up. The stick by TCAT trying to get more. Harambe already knocking Kairos off the side, and they have to keep pushing on through. TCAT looking at more, gets Black Kivo, and even more. It's just that the Monster Hogs are just running terror on this town.
At this point, they should switch out of the fire. Honestly, like they should start getting more brawly instead of like playing in like far off.
And that's exactly what they're gonna do. Black Kivo is gonna switch over to the Doomfist. That's right there.
The Doomfist is a viable pick in this meta, but like the Widow's really questionable because they're running dive. They're still gonna be diving the Widow.
Well, they did have to commit a lot. Kairos getting a lot of plus out of that whole hog, doing so much damage, and Pac-Man actually gonna clean up the rest of it. So something to pull out from this in particular. Oh my god, they are gonna stagger that D.Va hard.
Oh.
This is brutal.
This is baby D.Va abuse right there.
Oh, this stagger. Oh no, they're just gonna let it happen. Galaxy having to sit all the way back down, but Pac-Man and Kairos play on the Onyx team, the varsity team here for the Overwatch team. So they have synergy within themselves within that team, and then they also have Daide, who's a Grandmaster support player. Meanwhile, TCAT is also on the varsity team, doing a lot of damage himself. But the other 3 players on that team are from the JV team, so it's really interesting to see this the synergy come out.
Yeah.
This also just shows how strong the community here is at ArtU. It's really, really impressive. But Harambe hopping in the back, using his calling card already.
Finds a Widow.
Gren the Ninja already down, and he's gonna pop the Primal Rage to just try to get a little bit more distance. He's dropping pretty low though. Gotta hop already back. Galaxy gets 2 off of the D.Va Bomb. That's gonna knock out Kairos and Black Kivo. That's gonna give them the opening that they need, and already aggressive enough on the point. They already have 3 minutes, or about 2 minutes left to get through this. Oh, Gren the Ninja putting in the shots that he needs, trying to carry the team on his back right now. But it looks like it's going to be enough. Black Kivo doing the damage on the Doomfist and really just holding it down for the Enchantresses.
Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Now they actually switched too. Now they have Doomfist to Doomfist.
Yeah, TCAT hops off of the Tracer and this time he's going to go over to the Doomfist. So that's going to give him just enough space to make that happen.
Not bad. Like, the Widow's still kind of a questionable pick, but it's actually working out for them real well.
Yeah, here comes the pool! Oh my god, he almost got 3 of them!
Almost.
Oh, that was a cheeky play by Pac-Man trying to get that kill. If he was just a little bit further back, he probably would have gotten him too.
He should have just held on just a little bit more, then it would have been.
Harambe getting aggressive already, but drops down, gets picked off in the back corner, and that's already 3 down for the Enchantresses. Monster Hogs trying to get their way through.
Yeah.
The Monster Hogs are just, they have to get aggressive, but also not stagger out here. Daide getting super aggressive, but he knows his limit.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, he committed fate already.
Yeah.
This is pretty dangerous.
Oh, he managed to get his team safely though.
Yep, he got out of there just in time.
60 seconds.
So, the main point of this team, by the way, most of these games are going to be quite unorthodox. There goes the speed, and the Coalescence is going to start it off. And they are just backing up. You can hear the kazoos in the other room humming away. Don't know how their communication is going to go out of there. TCAT is brought down quickly. The Daide is going to be getting that kill. Meanwhile, Black Kivo, they're just trading kills here. But it looks like the Enchantresses are actually going to be able to hold down the fort this time.
Oh, another baby D.Va stagger.
Staggered again. This is going to be brutal, especially since this is the last push. There's only 18 seconds left in this game. There they go. They stagger Galaxy once again.
Oh, now they have sights. They actually know like, where everybody is now.
They know where everybody is. Trying to get that Lucio up on the high ground, but we don't even know if they have enough time. He's trying to make it there. Back and net going to get brought down, and that's going to be it.
That was a nice hold by them.
So we'll get a quick look at the players out in the lobby. You can see them with their kazoos. Definitely a little slobbery, but
yeah.
you understand, especially when you're trying to make the game here. So here we go, hopping back into the game here.
Yeah, now we might need to go in do a little cleanup after that round.
Gotta get the drool rag, clean all that up. But yeah, we are moving on into the next game. This time it is going to be the Enchantresses on the attack this time.
Yeah, let's see what they're actually gonna come up with. I think they might go into dive as well. Either that, or they might just go for the slow Orisa Hog. Yeah,
it's something that they definitely proved that works for them, the Orisa Hog. And they definitely have the mechanical skill to do it. The only thing is, like, T-Cat is definitely a problem. These two, the Kairos and T-Cat, are both the top players are the DPS players for the varsity team. So there's a little bit of a rivalry here, obviously. Yeah. Proving who's better, but it does make the games a little harder.
Yeah, it makes them all fun for everybody too, as well.
Exactly, and you know, once again, as we stated, this is not your mom's Overwatch team. It's not or Overwatch tournament. It's not very basic.
Yeah, no.
These games are gonna get a little bit quirky as we continue on with this.
Oh yeah, can't wait. I'm ready for the next steps.
All right, the next game is gonna be happening right now. The gates are opening this time. The Enchantress is gonna be on the attack.
Alright, we see almost the same composition from them, except they're both going with a pharmacy. Interesting.
Yeah, the pharmacy is something that they showed off for the T-Cats team.
You see them go with this low and slow. But, ooh, already 3 down for their push.
Daide already grinding another coal. That's pretty quickly as well.
Yeah.
Trying to get it started, but you do get the res onto Kairos. They're trying to bring him out here. So T-Cat already doing the damage that he can from the skies. Quick pull, Kairos having to take a breather and back up.
Enemy C.
What do you think about this new this Halloween map in terms of, like, you know, Spike and Vault? Do you like the changes for holiday events like this?
They're not that bad. Oh, and they pick up the Mercy from that push right there. That's gonna give them a great entry into the point.
Yeah, the Enchantress is just really finding their footing once again, trying to get their way through.
Yeah, and they managed to get it. Looks like they're gonna get it all the way. Now they just gotta push on the payload.
So yeah, they get that first point. They're doing quite a good job here. Once again, kazoos happening. We just hear the humming in the other room. Don't worry, it's not your stream. It is the actual humming in the other room.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there you go.
Trying to get a quick pull. Maybe trying to get that hog hook, but Kairos wasn't quite in position for that.
Oh no.
Harabe does drop the supercharger. They are getting aggressive with this. They are utilizing Dreamwalker's wall. They just separate out the team, force them to play a little bit of the hook, but he's going to return the favor. Kairos is in danger, and he's going to get brought down. Doesn't have enough healing to keep himself up.
Yeah, no, that was a little bit too aggressive on Kairos' point. He should have just completely backed off, waited for his team, and then regrouped. It's a little greedy right there.
It's a little greedy, but maybe it's just the confidence that he has, knowing that he's got a little bit more than 4 minutes to really just push his way on through this point and the next.
That is true, but at the same time, this point here, like this whole middle part, is really hard to get through. If you don't snowball it, that is.
Exactly, it's going to be pretty difficult, but Black Evo already opening up the door for them. And Daide using Coalescence to push on even further. T-Cat looking at Barrage, potentially. Oh, and he gets sniped out. Ren the Ninja going to actually get that.
Well, they picked up the Mercy now.
Cat playing in that corner, trying to...
He's just trying to escape at this point.
Yeah, he's trying to get his Mercy out as well. Get him in a very interesting spot, so...
Yeah. Now he gets back up.
Harabe playing it very safe behind this barrier. This is something that he's just trained to do at this point. They do trade DPS players here. Kairos does find another kill.
Oh, unlucky. His shield just went down.
Yeah, Pac-Man and Harambe going at it as well. It's another rivalry that we could talk about. Senior Pac-Man is actually the off-tank for the varsity team. Meanwhile, Harambe is the main tank for the varsity team. So separating them out on these teams as well is pretty interesting.
Yeah. And now they're going into the third point. See, this is where, like, now they're just snowballing now. And they have such a great time. They have over 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on this clock here. Hopefully they can hold it down, but the damage is already done on the T-Cat. Already tries to use Barrage, but
just going in and just deciding to like take all this space for them. They're still just getting free card push right now.
And that's it.
Game.
So there we go. Congrats. It is going to be the Enchantresses once again. All right, let's have a quick look at that play of the game. Once again, it's Die Day on that Moira. That's the thing about Moira. She charges her ultimate so quickly. It's kind of insane about the amount of damage output that they are able to do. So, yeah, we get to see that amount of damage, and here we go. We are back on the cameras. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as we said, if you're the winner, you get tricks. So, we have our level 2 punishment games. These
there
are
we go.
we actually have a lot. So we did one earlier.
Yeah, but I guess
we had to run it back.
Yeah,
we had to run it back so that you guys could at least see it. But yeah, so we're gonna give them another punishment game. Let's see what we got.
Yeah.
Okay. They must play the hero on the select screen. So whatever it's already on, you have to play it.
Oh, that's gonna be really interesting.
So really, if anything, this just messes with their composition. Doesn't have anything else to do with it. So.
Yeah.
There we go. Next up, it's going to be the Monster Hogs versus the Walking Zen. As we got that stretch emote from this event.
What about the map?
Map-wise,
Yeah.
okay. So we just did a hybrid map, which was Ike involved. So we could either go to a payload or a control map. What do you feel like?
Let's go payload.
Let's go payload. All right, we're gonna go to Junkertown. Why not?
All right.
Let's just do Junkertown. So we will be back. It will be the Monster Hogs versus the Walking Zen on Junkertown. We will see you in a little bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown presented by the Academy of Art University. I am Kevin KanashiiGG's and this time I'm joined by Senior Pac-Man.
Hello, yep, it's me.
So Pac-Man is actually on the varsity team here for the Overwatch team.
Yep.
So how does it feel to play against some of your fellow teammates in these?
It's a lot of fun. I mean, usually we play together, but I think it's like this whole other dynamic. Like, it's one thing to play with them and nothing else playing against them. And it's like a different way to see how they play and how we can improve. But it's also like really fun to just wreck them.
Yeah. And what do you think so far of the Batu games? Do you like the kazoo idea so far?
Yeah, I mean, it really messes with the way you think while trying to manage a whole other thing, you know.
Yeah.
And of course, we're playing with different players that we've never played with, you know, which is a whole other thing. Like trying to get them to have fun while we're playing and try to win at the same time. It's still, I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's a whole different dynamic, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for. I hope it's a lot of fun. So once again, we are going to be having I believe it's the Hogs again versus the Walking Zen. So anything that you had to say in terms of like the Hogs? You played against the Hogs before.
I think it was I really tried my best to combo my Orisa pulse with Keros, who was playing Hog. So I think they were also attempting to do something similar. So I think it's just a matter of coordination, you know. It's a little difficult since they're all different players, but you know, they're making their teams right now and they're playing Junkertown. So we'll see what kind of combo they try to do. Usually do like a Bastion strat here. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully they coordinate their abilities a little better.
Yeah, and that's something that, you know, over time you start getting used to it, and we have a lot to really look for. So we will see how this plays out once again.
Attackers incoming. Stop the pain. Enemy visual confirmed.
You're fully healed.
You are advised to
I'm taking care of you.
Payload's moving.
greetings. The payload
Only place for omnis and Junkertown's on the scrap. Consider yourself warned.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
double.
I'm on fire.
Let them up.
Get in there.
The payload has reached the chip.
A new challenger enters.
This will be your shield. Please move behind the barrier.
Turn up.
Go.
Let them up.
Like the impression of a dying star.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Rendezvous at my position.
Not yet.
My blade is ready to be unleashed.
Nano boost is charging. Rendezvous at my position.
Let them up. Observe the barrier. My barrier. Cannot be stopped.
60 seconds.
My ultimate is charging.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
So we haven't seen these guys play. We've seen the Monster Hogs play before. But yeah, what do you think about Rubik on that Genji? Do you think that we're going to be seeing possibly another dive composition helping him out?
I don't know. Hopefully, you know, because it's a little dangerous to play Genji nowadays. You don't see that a lot in comp or in professional play because of how the meta currently is very anti-dive. But I mean, Rubik is performing really well if they create their team around that playstyle that he has. It would be very possible for them to push their point all the way to third. But we'll see how everybody plays. You know, they're all just meeting each other, so hopefully there's a good chemistry with that Genji.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. The gates are about to open pretty soon. Round number 2 here on Junkertown.
Right, it seems like they're running that Widow and Reaper on attack. And yeah, and Rubik is running Widow as well.
So yeah, it's going to be sniper duel for the most part.
Rubik getting the kill on T-Cat.
Yeah, this is why he's saying, I don't want to be a sub anymore, man. I want that main spot, and he's coming out for blood this time.
Right, and that flank. I've never seen that before. Pretty clever stuff.
Oh, but he finally does get caught out by T-Cat.
Right. He got rezzed.
Quick res, and that's the plus of having a Mercy right now. At least you can bring back teammates even when it's harder.
Yeah, he just turned the whole battle around just by that one Mercy res. But it seems like they're bringing it back with this Zarya, apparently, which is working pretty well.
It's currently low energy, but they're trying to get some damage out here, putting a little bit more pressure onto T-Cat, and he's going to get brought down by Rubik again.
Yeah, it seems a little dangerous for them to be pushing so far due to how close their spawn is, and without Widow looking over. But they're stabilizing right here, which you don't see very often. Hopefully they get some picks and be able to push on points.
Oh,
Rubik, no! Cut the VOD.
Yeah, he couldn't quite get around that silo. So at least he has a close spawn, so he's going to be back into the game pretty quickly.
Now it seems like they're struggling a little bit to get a push on this corner. Maybe once they get a pick or a hook, yep, and getting hooked. If their other Roadhog, what's his name, DJ gets his hook, maybe they'd be easier for them to push, but they're so coordinated with their ults and their abilities. It's a little hard to push around this corner.
Yeah, Senior Pac-Man, or you're right there.
I'm right here. Hello.
Yep, yes you are. That was Dreamwalker, my bad. Dreamwalker with the Death Blossom actually catching out 2 behind that line. So, if you're on the side of the Walking Zen, what do you think is the best way to get through this?
I would honestly just go with the Bastion. A double shield Bastion would be pretty good at just shredding the one shield that they have. You know, right now the blue team has a Zarya, a Hog, and that's almost no shields. They're pretty much relying with the bubbles, so it's a little hard to push this when they have such a good shielding abilities with the Orisa.
Yeah, it's just so much damage that they can't quite get through that barrier. And once again, I do agree, you have to shred that barrier in order to deal the damage, but it feels like they're just kind of going in one at a time and trying to get it to work. But
right, maybe they just grouped up a little bit quicker. They could be wasting a little less time because time is of the essence right now. They have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Rubik's doing his best with his blade, and you know, maybe getting that Widow that T-Cat has, it could be free up a lot of that space. You know, he's gonna have less of a vantage point, and maybe they have a bigger chance to push this corner.
Rubik does actually get the kill, but it's gonna force the res. But Rubik is gonna get picked off by T-Cat.
60 seconds.
Luna getting a kill on the Lucio, and they're not gonna have that res anymore. However, he is pretty quickly, so maybe T-Cat with a headshot.
Yeah, T-Cat is just really dealing so much damage here. There's not a lot of pressure on him because you can't really close out that distance. So it's going to be difficult for this team. It looks like they are trying to switch over to a possible dive here.
Yeah, that would definitely help. They switched the Hog to a Diva. You know, it's also a very uncommon comp, but that could definitely work. As long as they work together and try not to split up so much, they could definitely work, but it's getting a little hard here, especially since we have such few time left.
Yeah, there's only 20 seconds left on this clock. Dreamwalker coming in with a Death Blossom, trying to get the damage through. Picks off 2 of them.
2 kills.
Yeah, he's just shredding on through, trying to look for somebody else potentially. T-Cat popping up the Infrasight, saying I'm gonna shut the door right now, and that's what I'm gonna do.
1 second left. Can they touch the point? No.
Not gonna be it, and the Monster Hogs are
Monster
going
Hogs
to be able to win. So yeah, we'll have a quick look at that play of the game. It is going to be Rubik on that Genji.
Yeah, Rubik did an excellent job in the Genji.
So here we go. He gets the blade and just tries to slash on through. Probably one of his teammates took care of the immortality field. And so it just makes it easier on them to clean up the rest of that. And that seems to be the way how it goes. So, once again, having a quick look at the teams here. Congratulations to the Monster Hogs for taking
Yep,
the W.
congratulations, Monster Hogs. You guys played excellently.
Okay. Yeah. So once again, you're going to be on stage. You're going to be this time. You're playing against the Walking Zen. Is there anything that you want to bring to your team now that you've been on this table and watching the game from back here?
I think it's just learning from both sides of the team. You know, maybe we coordinated our abilities a little bit better. You know, just pretty similar performance to what we did last time. You know, as long as we're all playing. Oh wait, the challenge. I was gonna say is we play our heroes, but we're not gonna be able to select our heroes.
Yeah, you're playing whatever's on the select screen. So you know what? I'm gonna let you do this. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go for it. This is gonna be the punishment for the Monster Hogs. So
Okay, punishment for Monster Hogs. Let's see if I can.
it's kind of tight. It's a post-it note.
There we go. Can I read it through here? Let's see.
I could do it. I got you.
Yeah. I always saw the word gravity there.
Ooh.
What could it be?
Could it?
Could it be?
Could it be?
Could
Yep.
it be low gravity?
Yeah, low gravity.
Gravity.
Low gravity.
Oh no.
So, yeah, the Monster Hogs, their next game, they have to play with low gravity.
Ooh, boy, that's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be playing like Horizon.
Yeah. And then for the pick, we have to go to a control point map. So out of these four, which one would you like to go for?
I feel like with the current team that we have, I think that Busan would be a pretty good pick.
Okay, so Busan is going to be the next map, decided by the caster here.
Yep.
Once again, Senior Pac-Man, thank you for joining me on the desk.
Thank you for having me here.
And yeah, we will get back to the next game. It's going to be the Walking Zen versus the Enchantress. We'll see you up next.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, here we go. Welcome back, everybody, to the KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. My name is Kevin KanashiiGG's, and this time I'm joined by Harambe.
Hi, I'm Harambe.
Yeah, that is Harambe. Harambe is the main tank on the varsity team here. So you played against these two teams. It's the Enchantresses and the Walking Zen. Is there anything that you like about either team that you wanna make a quick comment on?
Oh, yeah, I really like how Pac-Man and Keros are playing on roles that they're very comfortable with. It's very good, very fun.
All right. And then, yeah, what do you think about the map pick? It's Busan. So,
Oh, Busan. That's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be the Enchantresses versus the Walking Zens, right? Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting one. I want to see how both teams try to play a control map. They've never played with each other before.
and then once again, the punishment game for the it's the Enchantresses. They have to play the hero on the hero select screen. Have you ever? How does it feel like? How does it feel to be locked into something like that? Do you think that's a hindrance, or do you think that's like? It's going to be interesting to see what compositions they come up with.
Oh, that's gonna be completely random. If it's the hero select, you can get literally anything.
Yeah.
I wonder if like one team doesn't even get a healer or something. It's gonna be kind of weird.
We still have the roll lock in place, so you just have to pick the hero to the right. So if
Gotcha.
yeah, so
Oh, okay, yeah. Then I think it'll be fine then, yeah.
yeah, I feel like it's going to be really interesting. You're going to see a whole bunch of like mixed matches, and you know their team lineup has got to switch up every single time, at least at the very beginning of the game. Like,
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
random.
It should be fine.
And then once again, the Walking Zen are playing with kazoos in their mouth. How does that feel for you when you had to play with it?
Oh, finally. I hate these things. These things hurt my mouth so much. Like everybody on both teams were complaining, about, like how they like move your teeth and stuff. Yeah, I'm glad we're away from these. Never again.
Yeah, and now you guys have to play with low gravity. How does that? Or you guys have to play with low gravity. How does that feel?
Oh. Still, anything's better than kazoos. Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, that sounds amazing compared to the kazoos.
So yeah, that will be the next one. Once again, this is Harambe. He's also my partner in crime in terms of anime. So yeah, we get to chat about that. I haven't watched anything.
Oh yes.
Quick question. What do you think of the cosplay?
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
Nice.
You even got the little bow tie.
Yeah, I went with the water bow tie. I had a white one that was just gonna go, you know, to complete the collar. But you know, the water breathing style, you have
And
to.
it still looks really good too, though. Yeah.
You have to go for it. And then obviously the grand prize right now is I'll just bring it into frame. The Overwatch cookbook and 30 full-size candy bars. Is there any particular candy bar that you're gonna call dibs on if you
I
win
mean,
it?
not really candy bar, but candy circle disc. I just like Reese's.
You like Reese's?
Yeah.
Sadly, they're not in there. But I'll get you some. I promise, dude. There's some in the in the pity bucket.
Ah,
You
yeah.
want to consider that if anything. But yeah, this is a fun format. Do you think this format is fun? Do you think what do you expect potentially later down the line? I'm the game master. I'm the one who knows what's gonna happen.
I mean, I don't know what crazy game modes you've come up with. Like low gravity, kazoos. Oh, what's next?
I won't tell you.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are just about ready to hop into the map. It is going to be Busan. Is there any specific one that you, or a specific map on Busan that you think is more favored for like teams that don't necessarily like communicate, or do you think that it's just going to be hard across the board?
Probably the mecha base, the one with the moving dividers on the point. That's probably going to be the easiest one for teams that have never played with each other to play on. Everything else should be pretty fair, I feel like.
And then yeah, we have you currently on your main tank role.
Yeah.
When you're playing on your team. So how does it feel to play against like we purposely put Keros on his off role, not necessarily his DPS, so he has to play off tank.
Really?
Yeah,
Is off roll?
it's not really an off role. We should go to force him into main tank. It's just like you have to do that. But yeah, they put I think they put Pac-Man on that.
Yeah, they put Pac-Man on his main role too. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have the teams out there. They're getting ready to hop in.
Yeah.
And yeah, so far Halloween stuff. We're here for a spooky game mode.
Yeah. Looks like you're starting up on downtown.
So once again, one team is KanashiiGG's, the other team has to play the hero on the hero select screen. It's going to be giving them quite a bit to work with. So yeah, once again, we are on Busan. It is the
Is this downtown?
it's downtown.
Ready for battle.
Oh, Monkey Hog. That's interesting.
That's sadly the team that's got the
Whoa.
lock in there.
Whoa.
So Kairos can actually play his role.
Yeah.
He's on Torbjorn.
Oh
this time.
no. Oh, this is gonna be great.
Yeah, and that forced Pac-Man and Daide all over the place too.
Oh no, this is gonna be amazing.
So Harambe's definitely excited as we're hopping into downtown Busan. So facing the match between the Monster, no, you're the Monster Hog, versus the Enchantresses versus the Walking Zen.
Yeah, Hog versus Hog. This is gonna be really interesting. See how they play this.
They have Marissa Hog on the other side with the McCree. I feel like in terms of the draft, the Walking Zen definitely got to pick their lineup, so it might be playing out in their favor. But Rubik's gonna get brought down pretty quickly as Kairos gets to play his Torbjorn.
Ooh, yeah, it's not looking really good for Genji to play on this kind of comp.
Yeah, but at least they have the freedom to switch. So if they want to go for it, they can definitely switch up the composition. But it is looking pretty difficult for them.
Yeah, it looks like KT team's gonna roll over them if they have to switch.
Yeah, if you're the Walking Zen, it's time for you to figure out if you want to switch up the composition or not. As currently the Enchantresses are going to be throwing the point already at 26%. Like Evo tries to get some damage back there, but already Kairos stunned up and brought down quick.
Done Fanahammer, you hate to see it.
So Lena going to be popping the Valkyrie, trying to keep the team alive and allowing the push, but damage, even with the random heroes, are...
Here comes Rubik, and there goes Rubik.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty difficult on them. So, Daide currently on that Roadhog, getting pushed away though. Oh, and he gets the hook! But is he able to drag him off? It's not quite. The line of sight is going to be broken, but the finish off there is going to happen.
Hey, they still haven't got the point back yet, yeah.
Yeah, they need to really apply the pressure. Their Pac-Man playing the Winston this time. Shutting down. Oh, Rubik gets killed by Kairos' hammer, but at least gets the kill on the Pac-Man.
It shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
They should still have it. I don't think they can win this.
Already have the damage out and keeping the pressure up. Just Moira, yep, not White Wolf. Is just trying to burn down with Coalesce. It's all the heal ball.
Oh no.
Oh, couldn't quite keep themselves alive and run through, so it looks like the overtime whip is currently ticking down, and that is gonna be it.
That's the first round.
Yep, the Enchantresses are gonna be taking round 1 on Busan. What do you think about the hero lock now that they know that that is their composition that they have to play?
I mean, like, it really looked like the Walking Zens, they did have like their initial comp, and they knew that it wasn't working at first, but it feels like they swapped off a little too late. I guess now they realize, we can probably switch earlier. Like, yeah, like now they're switching, it looks like.
Yeah, so we know that the Enchantresses are going to be locked in on that composition for the rest of the map. So if you are the Walking Zen, you may not have the communication because, you know, they're still playing with Kazoos in the round.
Yeah.
But,
oh yeah. Oh god.
But you can at least change your composition to at least deal with this composition.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be pretty difficult knowing that Kairos is on a DPS line.
Yeah.
But at least it's on. Oh, quick pin!
It's a big pin.
Tried to get Daide off really quick, but.
Oh, Rubik got a pick?
Yeah, Rubik got a pick already, so that's.
They got anti. Ooh.
Oh, Daide dropping pretty low, but is at least going to be healed up by Crow. Yeah, and he's going to be okay. They're trying to apply more pressure, and they realize that they can. Oh, the charge is a little too far. He's gonna
Yeah,
get
that's
caught
2
out
picks,
here.
that's 3 picks.
Yeah, and
Karos going at the hand.
the Enchantresses are just pushing on through. They find not necessarily with synergy, but I guess with communication, they're finding their footing. Yeah, he's just trying to get the hammer kills. It's not gonna happen. He got one already. I think it was on Rubik when he was in the middle of Dragon Blade.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Black Kiva currently has full spawn available. See if they try to find a
He's
place.
got to get on the anode and free, yeah.
Forgot
Oh,
to break.
he's
He tried to break the grade. Ide almost has his ultimate available. He's gonna pop it immediately.
He's probably gonna pop it out right now.
Not there.
Actually, no, they don't need it, yeah.
Yeah, they don't need it. The damage is already done. Full spawn already catches out too.
Okay,
They're just
dude.
gonna be leading in with so much damage.
Okay, Karos.
There goes the pop.
Karos is cleaning house.
Yeah, the Torbjorn has to get that damage up.
I mean, I really don't know what the Walking Zen can do against this.
I feel like they just need to apply a little bit more pressure to Karos and just not let him like sit back and do whatever he wants. He may be a Zen, but you have to remember that it's Karos on that hero.
I mean, it's not kind of tough to even get back to Karos safely.
So yeah, they're trying to get
A lot of
push
ults
back.
coming out.
Yeah, Bob currently on the point, contesting for them. They're trying to get on there, but the stagger.
2v2?
2v2, but
Oh, then that's it.
yeah, 72% on the side of the Enchantress.
Okay, we didn't do that.
Yeah, he's just trying to get the point quick.
Oh no.
Gets stunned up Ide.
Got that it?
Oh, finally
what?
gets brought down. Gonna actually find that. Oh, but they're gonna get the rest. They're not gonna punish it. So Dide's gonna come back. Full spawn, catching
here
out.
comes.
Black Kivo is gonna have the damage, and there's only a couple of seconds left.
Yeah.
The Walking Zen has got to get on it. The overtime wick is coming down, but he's getting chased up, and he's gonna get melee finished off there.
They only have 1 person left. Mars down, and that looks like. Oh.
And here comes a whole hog.
And that's done. And that's it.
Yep, and that is gonna be it.
Whew.
The Enchantresses are gonna be winning this fight. Yep, and here we go. We'll check out that play of the game real quick. There it is, Karos on the Torbjorn. The Torbjorn life picked him today. And he just happened to get a really solid molten core and just deal the damage. Just
The hammer.
the hammer kills. Yeah, that is one for the highlight reel, if anything. So we are going into the next match. Once again, I'm Kevin KanashiiGG's. This is Harambe. Yeah, let's give them their punishment. So the Enchantresses now on to level 3 punishment games. So I will let you do the honors. Let me get the right bucket here. This one.
I'm gonna do a really bad one.
Okay, so level 3 Batsu games, by the way. I think V-Flight can pull it up on screen for us. These start messing with controls a little bit. So they aren't going to be necessarily, you're not going to be able to play to the fullest of your potential, but at least we get to have some fun. So go for it.
What this one is?
So yeah, it's just a post-it. It's held together. If you want me to crack it open.
I can't get it open.
I got you.
It's like perfectly sealed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I took my
You
time
really
with
good
these.
job,
Yeah. Compliment or not? Okay, we get to ban an entire class. So they cannot select healers, DPS, or tanks. So which would you want the Enchantresses not to be able to play?
No tanks.
No tanks.
Yeah, no tanks.
So no tanks for the Enchantresses. And then control point was the last one, so I guess we just have to go to whatever's next, right? So between hybrid and payloads, what is your favorite?
Hybrid.
Hybrids? So, and then we already did Eichenwald, the first one, so I guess we'll throw it back. We'll go to Numbani, why not?
Yeah, Numbani sounds great, yeah.
So Numbani, you're going to be playing there with the Monster Hogs, and you have the Enchantresses this time. So yeah, good luck to you guys. I hope you guys enjoy your low gravity Batu game. Meanwhile, the Enchantresses have to play with no tanks. So yeah, we will see you guys on the next one in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. My name is Kevin KanashiiGG's, and I'm joined by DJ Soulrose.
Hello.
So, Soulrose is your first time up on the desk, first
Very
time
much
casting.
so.
So you were on the Walking Zens the last couple of games. You had a couple of issues up against a couple of these teams that you've now got to see them play.
Yes.
But we do have the matchup right now between the Monster Hogs and the Enchantresses. Is there any of them that you think is going to have the better favorite?
Between the two teams, they both have a very well set with playing against. I don't remember who we played against last time, but with whatever we played against, they had a very good setup. Their support, their Mercy is, I gotta say, basically take out the Mercy and one of their tanks and you're good to go. That's about the best advice I could give for that team.
And now that you are now on the caster's desk and you get to watch these guys now face the pain, who do you think has it worse right now? The Monster Hogs have low gravity, and the Enchantresses have no tanks. So who do you think has the worst end of this deal?
I think right there it's kind of very easy because playing no gravity is very hard with the control setting, especially for people who play with a very high sensitivity. That makes it the hardest. So I would have to say maybe it's about the same, but no tanks, good luck.
Yeah. And then what about this next match? It is on Numbani. Is there any tips or tricks that you like to do on Numbani, or do you even like the map in general?
Okay, the map is okay to me. I'm not a big favorite map person. I think my tips and tricks with this map is there's not a lot to go around and behind. It's a lot of like a one-way area. The best bet would definitely be for those hidden spots on the map, though, that are up higher to get a range and stuff like that for all of the sharpshooters, Genjis, and mains and all that. For
Attackers incoming.
So I do feel like that is going to be the case as we're loading into Numbani. We are going to be making our way over there. And Numbani, once again, is the home of Orisa. She was born here. She's the police officer of town. She's a horse. Sadly, it is the slowest. I feel like she's one of the slowest characters in the game. I don't know why.
honestly, she is, but if you turn around and you were to play other characters more, she's not just the only slowest. Actually, right now, it's Sigma is slower than Orisa at the moment.
It feels weird. Why we are switching up a couple things, having a couple technical difficulties in terms of map picks. So here we go. There we go. Go scroll down, find the Numbani. Yep, there we go. And start. Yeah, they're all good. So yeah, your Sasuke cosplay, like it?
Yes.
This is kind of an old school, new school kind of thing. We have the Naruto original Sasuke, and then we have the new Kimetsu no Yaiba Tanjiro cosplay.
From Demon Hunters, I believe.
Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer.
It's
See,
fun though. It's pretty.
I haven't even seen that.
It's
one
all
yet.
good. It's probably going to be one of those that I feel like it's going to linger around a little bit longer. So we are getting the movie. So hopefully we get to see that. There's the Numbani National Airport. So you can see Doomfist still. How long has it been? Doomfist has been out for like a year.
I want to
2
say
years.
maybe
2 years?
2 years, almost 3 now at this point. Although I am not a Doomfist player, so I hands down recommend to whoever can play Doomfist.
Yeah, and it's going to be really... You would think that after 2 years of the hero being released, they would at least clean up the airport.
Yeah, it's still dirtied and very outmanned. You'd figure that maybe some of the maps would at least get updated to a point where it could be cleaner, it could be have more openings, so then it's kind of like a constant change instead of adding new maps. Because then that makes it a little more harder to play for people who have been on it since the beginning, because you got to learn newer things within the older maps.
So yeah, we are checking out a couple of things here. Once again, the Enchantresses cannot play with a tank. Meanwhile, T-Cat's team, no, T-Cat's the Monster Hogs. The Monster Hogs have low gravity, so
we'll see how the no tanks do, because they could also end up doing more support or more DPS. So
actually, you know what? If they play this correctly with low gravity, they might be able to get up to high ground quicker.
honestly, they really can, and your best bet in this map for that is definitely high ground for segments.
So yeah, they are trying to go around. They are going to get drop pretty quickly. They do drop the immortality field to keep them up, and they're trying to shred down the Bastion, but that's not going to be enough. Black Evo going to get caught by the stop sign. Literally being the one thing that stops him just happens to be a stop sign. Rather unfortunate for them. Kairos on a Tracer. This is something that he is the DPS
shields. So that's like their main focus there to keep there. So that's going to be hard breaking that Bastion.
what do you think about the Sombra pickup by the Enchantress?
The Sombra pickup by the Enchantresses. I'm one of the main and very few people who actually can work with the Sombra. So I'm all for it. I hope that it does end up working out. But with the layout that they end up having so far, with the Ana and Mercy tag for both and then the Lucio, I'm pretty sure the Sombra can last and it's a good run. But I don't know, because they may end up needing more attack force than flanking, but Sombra is really great for this map.
Yeah, Sombra is one of those heroes that's allowing them to break through the shield. They can EMP it all
at once, and then there goes Bastion and everybody.
Yeah, they have to try to Nano Blade to clean it up as well, but they're going to get aggressive here. Going for a res. Pac-Man going to get brought down by T-Cat. A little bit of bad blood between the teammates right now. The Black Kivo trying to get a little bit more out of it. It's not looking good for this team, but they do have a Nano Blade available pretty soon. Once they get Crow up to the Nano, they should be able to try to push their way through. So just a little bit of background for you. T-Cat, Harambe, and Senior Pac-Man and Kairos are all in this game. They're all from the varsity team. They've all played together for a ton of hours. But
are they separated at this moment?
So yeah, T-Cat and Harambe are on the Monster Hogs, and then Senior Pac-Man and Kairos are on the Enchantress. So they have a little bit of synergy within themselves, but they also have to watch out for what they're trying to do.
60 seconds.
I could definitely see how that could be an issue too, with being so used to playing together, and then now you're playing against each other, and you're so used to knowing each of their own strats and stuff like that, depending on how they work with the character. So playing against that can be an issue between the two.
So yeah, the Enchantresses trying to look for something. They get a stick, and they are going to bring down a couple of them. The Blade as well is going to be in there, but the Immortality Field coming out a little too late. Not going to be able to get the damage done.
I'm not seeing too much of the zero gravity work though for the one team.
I feel like they don't need to hop around as much.
Not at all. They chose the right characters to be able to stay on the ground.
Yeah, they're just going to play it low and slow, and that's probably the best way to do it. If you don't need to hop, you might as well just play it on the ground.
Kind of ends up beating the whole purpose of that being a punishment.
Exactly. They're going to try to even it out here. The Monster Hogs playing with low gravity. Does make them a little bit susceptible if the Enchantress has decided to play like a Widowmaker. They can easily punish anybody who jumps. But
very easily.
They are not going to go with that T-Cat on the Ashe this time. He got bought pretty quickly, but now they're pushing up pretty aggressively. They understand that their spawn is to the left of them, but they are going to just play it a little bit low and close.
I'm noticing too that they're pushing it pretty well and getting the card in there and everything else, although they've got to get past this completely.
There's a Gravitic Flux, and that's going to drop. They are going to create a couple of players here. T-Cat trying to get the headshot. Can he get it? Not going to happen there. As Harambe is going to be going down, Daide is going to chase him down as Lucio. Do you feel like this is a message for the Monster Hogs to just push as hard as they can here, and holding them at the door? Is that sending a message to the Enchantress saying, like, you know, we have the less punishing game here, so we're going to take full advantage of it?
Well, I mean, that could be that way as well, but it also could be a strat where it could be their downfall because they could get too pushy with it and stay at where they're at and want to keep them there, and then they could figure something else and get through and just all rush at once. That leaves them all together in a group right there. So it could be their downfall as well.
I feel like it's pretty evened out. Good with what they wanted to play, but at the same time, it does get a little bit hectic. So So we will see what they decide to do. The Monster Hogs are trying to figure out if they want to keep pushing it up. The benefit of having this team, though, you do have the tank. So
Yeah.
having barriers available is negating what Enchantress could really output.
Which I think is why they're trying to hold it off safe and not coming out of that spawn too much.
Yeah, it's a good idea to regroup, but grinding for ultimates is going to be pretty difficult.
Considering that they don't have the tank to block the little mouse.
They're going to go for the Valkyrie to start, and Harambe's going to find the kill on Black Evo. Even though he uses Blaze, that's going to cost him a lot. Bob.
That was a Widow shot for sure.
Yeah, they're just getting a ton of damage in here. And yeah, they're just holding it down, the Monster Hogs, just making sure that they can't turn that corner.
They definitely got this with the zero gravity, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Enchantress decided to shift heroes off the diffuser onto the axe. So that is something that they can play with. Oh, this Pac-Man gonna get brought down. It's the Death Blossom that's doing so much damage by Dreamwalker. Applying so much pressure, and it's just pretty difficult when you don't have the lineup that you want.
It very well is. Although I'm not noticing that a lot of the ones who are playing Ashe aren't noticing the fact that Ashe's bombs don't just hurt herself, they also hurt her teammates. So I'm noticing whenever they throw it in, they're not being aware of their teammate being around, and some of them are catching that fire from it, and it's bringing that HP down.
Yeah, now they're playing with the overtime wick ticking down, so if you are on the side of the Enchantress, it's going to be very difficult to play. But the cool thing about this is that with this limitation, they're willing to be a little bit more flexible with it.
That's a really good play then, because it's kind of hard to stick with your main and not be able to play it. You gotta be flexible, so I give them props for that.
Kairos is popping off right now on this McCree. This is exactly why we have him as a hit scan for the varsity team. Just doing exactly what they did. Yep, they realized.
And they pushed it.
Realized what I gave him was no tanks. I did not give him the hero walk, which is important. So they finally realized, oh, you can just run 4 DPS. So that's what they're gonna do.
And that's how they're pushing it finally.
I feel like that's the way to do it. If you're trying to balance it out, it does make sense. It helps out, keeps the damage up, and helps with the utility. But they realize, hey, we just need to get through the barriers. So they're gonna play barrier tanks. We just gotta play things that break through it. So they're using McCree. They're trying to get behind it as much as they can and punish the Winston hop. That's exactly what they did. Black Evo getting the kill on Harambe. Already in the back line.
They also placed the Widow up this time too.
The Death Block is completely whiffed on that end, and Enchantress just have to back up a little bit. Pac-Man's gonna get brought down. Eventually, Kairos finally returning to the fight here. The Monster Hogs have 5 ultimates playing with that they have available.
Yep.
And they also have the Death Blossom coming up pretty soon. So the Enchantresses, even though they have 30 seconds to push, how do you go about this?
Normally sometimes if there's 30 seconds to push, which kind of ended up happening in our last round, whereas the team we were playing against needed about 40 to 30 seconds to push and we had them holding off. They just kind of rushed us and things got crazy and we didn't know what was going on, and it really hurt our mouths on my side. So we didn't know what the heck to do, so we all got kind of a little lost. And that's how they ended up winning, was just sort of that final big push all at once. But with them 5 to 6 ults all at once on that other team, they could just pop all of that and the game is basically over.
So yeah, we're gonna see what happens. Overtime wave coming down here. Enchantress is trying to hang on to their push here. D-Cat and the rest of the crew saying no way. We're gonna be holding them off.
That Ashe with those shots right there, those were very necessary.
This is the reason
That's
why
something I don't even know if I can even do.
Yeah, I give props to our varsity players here. So T-Cat saying, hey, Kairos, if you're gonna play hit scan, I'm gonna return the favor. And they are gonna hold them off, make sure that they can't get to that 3rd point. So here are the Monster Hogs now. Now that you're on the attack, you have low gravity. Do you think that it's gonna hurt their ability to just move on forward?
On the attack side.
On the attack side, because it does require a lot of
It
teams
does require
like
a lot of jumping and dodging and moving around. So this is where it may end up getting them for sure, but it was getting them in the last round as well. As you could see, some of them that were jumping, mainly the Mercy and stuff like that, once they had it, it was kind of very uncontrolled. So they need to either adjust their sensitivity to the low gravity or keep doing what they're doing to the best of their ability, because that was pretty kind of everywhere.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. If the Enchantresses could hold them off for 2 points, it will be in their favor. But meanwhile, the Monster Hogs have to find a way how to get through here. Once again, low gravity, but they are allowed to have a balanced team composition. So we'll see
Well, they
how
are
that goes.
finally figuring out that they could balance it with 4 DPS, 1 support. Well, 3 DPS, 1 support, or whatever, however they're going to play it.
Yeah, so they're willing to switch it up a little bit. If they want to deal more damage, they can go for it. They don't necessarily need all of the support healing that they need, unless they decide to go with something else. So I feel like with this composition, it's really smart, in my opinion, for that Brigitte to keep coming in. Gives them another layer of crowd control, which they could use with Black Kivo. Meanwhile, the Monster Hogs, it looks like, honestly, they picked up the Symmetra as well. I think that this might be the way. They might just want to like TP straight to point
Yeah,
and just
honestly,
hold it.
it may be the smart way to do that as well.
Harambe getting picked off quickly. Kairos finding T-Cat and Harambe pretty quickly. I feel like they were, if you're the Monster Hogs right now, that push that you tried to get started didn't necessarily go their way.
The way you planned. I would have started panicking personally because being the tank person and also on our team being the shot caller on the team as well. I would have started a little panic before I wanted to go on through with that if it didn't end up working.
Yeah, and Kairos, he's just dealing so much damage and just doing what he needs to do best. So once again, Kairos putting on a clinic, landing all of his shots. Already has Bob available, and he understands, hey, you're trying to push underneath here. I'm going to at least apply a little bit of pressure. I could see him potentially throwing Bob under here.
I could see them doing that as well. They're running a Doomfist this time too, though, it looks like.
Yeah, the Monster Hogs try to wrap around and maybe get the pick off there, but it's not going to... It's been spotted out, so I don't know if they're going to try it again. They're trying to. Oh, and there goes Kairos getting another pick on T-Cat. It is pretty difficult if they want to push their way through.
If they're going to push their way through all straight right, what they could be doing too is they could have using that as a distraction since everybody's focused on that, knowing they're all going that way. Come around the other way and or from behind.
That was the right play right there. They decided, hey, we're going to just peek out a little bit, just enough to get the shields up. And then go from there. Daide going to get brought down as well.
It was a really good play.
There you go. The Monster Hogs starting to get the payload moving this time.
Ooh, they're going to place a Bastion and Orisa on top of it with the Mercy behind. That's a hard combo.
Yeah, they do have the Baptiste available as well. So even if they do jump on them with something that would deal a lot of output damage, they're still protected by the Immortality Field. As long as they place it
teleport
correctly.
from Sombra was Symmetra was great.
Yeah, they can definitely use this to get up and around if they want to until it's broken through X amount of distance, but they're trying to get the damage in. Harambe has the ability here. They're looking for the slam, and they do get it. The Enchantresses able to hold them off and push them off the payload this time.
That was a quick hold off and push, though.
So yeah, the Monster Hogs slowly getting held up here. Daide getting a little bit more aggressive this time.
You could definitely tell they're getting pretty aggressive considering that we can hear them from the other room sometimes yelling at what they're doing.
Yeah, he's trying to get the slide, but the Fortify by Harambe is going to stop the Rocket Punch from connecting with the Bastion and sliding him outside of the Immortality Field. So good use there and making sure that they cannot capitalize on what they wanted to do. Meanwhile, Kairos looking for the right angle here as Ash getting quite a bit of damage. He's looking for the headshot. He almost got it too. But there goes the wall. They're going to try to keep it up. But Pac-Man going to get the res on Kairos, bringing him back. T-Cat finds the pick on Kairos again. Then picks off Pac-Man. That's 2 of his former teammates already down. And T-Cat's just saying, hey, you know what? This bus is my high ground. So here they go, pushing their way through Harambe. Supercharger available. He checks the top. This is something that he normally does. He does get slept, but that might be enough, and he is going to get enough to push it to point 2.
I even noticed that both teams now have have one ult running for each side, so we'll see who pops what first, because if they need it on the side more, it can pop that and have it. Great healing for everybody, but also perfect equal amount of damage for the other side, because they seem to be very kind of bunched up in one area, so that's a good thing for Mora's ult.
Yeah, Kairos is brought down pretty quickly. Not going to have enough time to really keep the damage going, so Galaxy has the Gravitic Flux, going to pop it. Looking for somebody, does completely misses there, but is going to get brought down, and that's going to be a little bit of an expensive fight for them trying to get this point quickly.
This is a very even, very placed match, constantly just back and forth.
Yeah, both of these teams are going at it. I don't think the Monster Hogs realize that they have like 3 minutes to play with. I feel like they could take their time and just get the ultimates that they need in order to push.
Honestly, yeah. I don't think they're noticing the time limit, because even mine and my team, when we were playing, we weren't even watching the time limit either. All we knew is, shoot, there's the payload. It's right there. We better hold it off. And we held it off the best that we could. Ended up still losing, but...
So Enchantress is trying to get the kills that they need. Dreamwalker already finding Kairos, so that's one important pick. Looking for another. Gets that. The Riptire going to shut down the High Noon, but the res is available. And they are trying to push their way T-Cat, this time on the Doomfist. They're trying to shred through the Maywall. This might be it. The Monster Hogs
they got
are going to be able to get through. So, very good play, the Monster Hogs. Moving on to a level 3 punishment game. And here we go. Play the game. Going to Black Kivo. So, yeah, let's check this out. He's on that Genji. This was that Dragon Blade that really opened up the fight for them. And they just kind of went over the top. They realized, hey, the Immortality Field, to get rid of that quickly, we're able to clean up the rest of the team. And that's exactly what they did. So, there we go. That is it for the match between the Monster Hogs and the Enchantresses. Congratulations to the Monster Hogs. They are no longer in low gravity. So, here is something. They are going to be moving on to level 3 punishment games. So, let me get that bucket ready. Level 3, once again, these start messing with controls. It starts getting a little bit hectic. So,
that's a lot of fun.
go ahead, pick it
I
out.
get to pick the poison.
Yeah, you get to pick the poison.
So this time, okay.
It's a post-it. It's like locked at the top.
Yeah.
I got you. I'll let you pick it, and we'll figure out what we get here. All right. Enemy and ally colors must be the same color. So everybody who's, regardless of if they're shooting at you or not, they are the same color.
Same color.
So
that's
you
going to
have
be hard
to,
differentiating. They got to
figure
know
that
who's
out.
on their team and who's what.
Yep. So that is going to the Hogs. You're going to be up next against the Hogs now that they're going to be seeing you as allies. So
are we, they're seeing us as allies, but we're not seeing that. Okay.
So it's gonna be really interesting, and because you have unfortunately lost to both the Hogs and the Enchantresses, you do get bots who relieve. So on this next game, we will actually let you take away the kazoos. No more kazoos.
Oh my God! No more pain for the mouth.
Okay, no more kazoos, and you get 50% more HP.
Yes.
So you will be able to survive a little bit longer against this next team, but if you win, you guys go up to the next level of Batu. Instead of it being the level 1, you'll be moving on to level 2.
That is fair enough.
There we go. So, and then another thing, we just did a hybrid map. We had control last. So I believe payload is the next one. Out of any of those, other than the one that we just did, is there any of them that you want to see?
Let's do the Gibraltar.
Okay, so we'll go to Watch Point Gibraltar. Gibraltar will be the next map. Sorry. Well, I know my handwriting is garbage, but
well,
yeah.
No, it's not even that. It's I'm an Overwatch player and I played it for so long and I don't even know the names of anything half the time.
So there we go. Watch Point Gibraltar will be the next map, and it's going to be between the Walking Zens and the Monster Hogs. We will see you after this short intermission. Hello everyone, welcome back to the KanashiiGG Trick or Treat Throwdown. My name is Kevin KanashiiGG's, and this time I'm joined by Crow.
Hello, I was the Mercy.
So yeah, he was the Mercy for the Enchantresses.
Yes.
So you guys had to play with no tanks. How did that play out for you guys?
Incredibly stressful. it was a really hard decision for us because we had to adapt to every single choices the enemy team made. And if we were to change into a hero that can counteract them, they have an even bigger advantage.
Yeah. And then in terms of them playing with low gravity, did you find that as a hindrance, or did you find that as a thing that you could exploit, or?
Actually, no. When we were playing, it seemed like they were playing just as fine as if low gravity wasn't there.
Okay. So yeah, this next game is between the Monster Hogs and the Walking Zen. You played against both of these teams now that you've seen them. Is there any team that you think is going to have the favor going into this?
Fighting both of them, it was, as a support main, I found that they were both equally as aggressive, and their playstyles seem to be like an adaptive playstyle. And you've seen the other games before. For example, with the two Widows, they would both counteract each other, and they would change their playstyle depending on how the game was, exactly.
Exactly. And yeah, we're going to be moving on into this next one. It is Watchpoint Gibraltar. So yeah, let's
Oh, that dreadful map.
Here you go. So once again, Watchpoint Gibraltar. It's a full payload map, and it's going to be interesting. So yeah, it's a full payload map. It makes it kind of difficult for at least the Academy of Art team. We practice on this map just a little bit, and I'm kind of interested to see if the other team, yeah, the Monster Hogs, decide to run some of those strats that they've been practicing.
Yeah. I believe we practiced a lot before the competition started. We played on this map for a couple of like warm-up games, and actually their loadout here seems to be similar to what we usually play on this map, and they've been what's it called? The sightlines here are pretty darn annoying, if I do say so myself.
They're pretty long. Oh yeah, and so the Walking Zens also get a little bit of an extra boost because they have lost to both of you guys once in a row already. What do you think about their choice? I gave them the choice between 50% more damage, 50% healing, or 50% more HP. Which would you have taken if you had that option?
With this map, I would definitely say 50% more HP, especially if they're on, I believe, the defending end.
Yeah, and they're going to be starting out. The Walking Zen are actually going to be on attack this time. We'll see if that changes up anything. Once again, the Monster Hogs playing with they're playing with low gravity.
Oh.
Is it? No. They are. Oh, ally and enemy heroes are the same color.
Oh.
So they don't know who's on their team.
They wouldn't know who's who.
Just by the looks. They know by team composition, but they don't know by the looks.
Well, after playing against these teams, their callouts seem to be pretty on point. So I don't think that would be a problem for them. And seeing how they're playing right now, it doesn't seem to have much confusion on their side.
Yeah, hopefully they realize who's on what side. I also feel like it would have been even more funny if I disabled custom skins. So even if the same heroes were on them.
Were you the one who came up with no tanks?
Yeah. I gave them ban a hero class, and I let the other caster pick. So
I see.
They could have picked healer. They could have been like no healers, and then that would have probably been.
That would have been an atrocious time.
So yeah, it's up to them, but there we go.
Oh, there we go with the perfect Hanzo down and under the bridge.
Yeah, very good Dragon Strike placement right there by T-Cat. So the Walking Zens currently at 0. The Monster Hogs playing with the level 3 Batsu game. Once again, first one to get to the level 5 one and wins the entire tournament.
That is a very, very aggressive push back there under the bridge. And it seems like Fire is trying to keep up with the sightlines from above, but not so quite with the Hanzo there.
Yeah, T-Cat really just doing a lot of damage here. And there goes the lift and the drop. T-Cat just putting on a clinic right now.
with a diva. She was trying to really stay on point right there. Too bad it wasn't meant to be, it seems.
You would think that with the 50% more HP, you'd be able to charge your ultimates quicker, especially if you're on the support line.
I mean, I would definitely be able to stay on point and definitely get my ult.
Yeah, it'd probably help him out a little bit more too, but T-Cat saying, hey, you know what? An extra 50% HP isn't going to help you against this Dragon Strike I'm about to send out your way.
And there it goes again.
There it goes, gets Shadow Bait. And they're trying to get more out of it.
That is a very aggressive Hanzo right there. And the play, definitely. And Genji... Did they have Genji? Oh, they were going around trying to flank from behind. Didn't quite succeed.
So yeah, there goes a Diva Bomb. They're going to have to place that shield the other way, but once again, the Monster Hogs really finding their footing again.
Yeah, and seems to be no luck again for the Walking Zens.
Yeah, the Walking Zens did lose out on one of their players. They had to get somebody to fill in.
I see. Oh.
Yeah, so they are playing with they're playing with a new support line, if anything.
That would definitely take some getting used to. At least now they have a breather for a moment before they start pushing again.
Ruben's on the blade. He catches out 2 already, and he's looking for more. That makes 3. He's just carrying the team right now, trying to get even more done. And that might be enough to actually get him point A.
Yeah. After getting to the point, they might be able to have a breather and finally get used to it. Genji trying to challenge Doomfist.
There's a reason why Rubik is on the varsity team. Even as a substitute, he does so much damage just on his own.
Definitely an aggressive Genji right there. Not letting go of the payload.
Yep, and he's just trying to get some of the damage behind them. DJ Soulrose, once again, trying to get a little bit more in there. T-Cat just doing so much damage on that Doomfist.
And back to the support we are.
So yeah, the Monster Hogs holding it down, and that's going to be the overtime wick ticking away. There we go.
Round 1. That was a great push, if I do say so myself.
I feel like, yeah, the Walking Zen really had a glimmer of hope there with Rubik.
Yeah.
It's just that they had to focus down the payload in order to get it across, but I felt like if they were a little bit more aggressive, held the doors, and prevented the recontest, they probably would have had it.
Also, from what I saw, they keep doing the same flank over and over, not really adapting to the sides of the map or the other entrances.
There's the ship. It's called the Aurora. We don't know if that's going to mean anything. Might play into the lore later. We never know. It's just a plane right now. It's stuck in Gibraltar.
Oh, I gave up on the lore a long time ago.
Yeah.
Just a lot of stuff right now.
Do you think that with the new potential leaks of Overwatch 2, would you end up playing that if it drops?
I definitely would. I think the reason I dropped off Overwatch for a while is because the meta just kept getting stale.
What was your favorite meta? It's a tough one. It's very difficult.
Very tough. But I can definitely say, as a support main, I'm having a lax time with the goats back then. Because I came back for a while during the goats after quitting, and it was a lax time for support. Because all you're doing is just topping off the defense over and over.
Did you play Brig? You played Brig when she came out initially and played it with the goats comp? Or?
I'm pretty sure I was hated by the enemy team when I did.
I was the sad, unfortunate Reinhardt who was on the receiving end of those shield bashes. It wasn't fun when it was able to go through the shield. It was just...
Well, I can definitely say it was fun for the Brig.
I know it was fun for the Brig. It's one of those things. But not gonna lie, I do miss the I kind of miss the goats meta. Like, even if it was kind of boring for like spectators, it was kind of interesting to see the intricacies being played out. But yeah,
especially for the tanks, like having their heart stop, like, I gotta hold this point.
Yeah, they are trying to push on through T-Cat all the way in the back, trying to get extra damage here.
Definitely a very precise Ashe right there.
Yeah, this is why he is on the ArtU main team right now. He's on the varsity team for that reason and that reason only. Really? Turn around! Turn around! He's right on top of you, Dreamwalker! He's right in your back! Oh,
how do you feel about the recent buffs to Reaper?
I feel like it made him a lot more of a fluent character. It's not like a... He's got a lot more that he can do now. And T-Cat just putting on a clinic right now with Dreamwalker.
Right.
They're just walking through them.
Speaking of fluidity, that was
quick.
yes.
There you go. The Monster Hogs going to be taking it. It's all good. Monster Hogs moving on up through the bracket and play the game. Once again, going to Rubik. He gets to play the game, but he never actually seems to get the W. So here it is, the blade. I think he just gets it off of here and just drops down. Yep. So he does find the Dragon Blade over on the other end. And so the Monster Hogs playing with a level 4 Batsu game now.
Not gonna lie, I thought the play of the game would have been that weaker at the end.
Yeah, the Death Blossom in order to just push on through.
Oh, the push on through, definitely.
Yeah.
And then the following up with the Death Blossom.
It just creates a lot of space. It gave him a little bit of a harder time to get through. So once again, you're going to be up against the Walking Zens up next as the Enchantresses. But before we do that, we get to pick the punishment game for the Monster Hogs. So they've cleared level 3, which was same color. So now we get to go to level 4.
That would definitely be interesting.
Let me get this bucket ready. So if level 3 was just messing with their sight and a couple extra things, level 4 starts messing with the controls. So go ahead and pick one out, and then we will we'll see what the Monster Hogs get this time.
Here you go.
I gotcha. Yeah, I put these together really closely. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so the Monster Hogs are going to have to unbind their A and D keys and replace them both with Taunt. So no AD strafing this next game for the Monster Hogs. How do you feel about that?
I'm just glad I'm not in the receiving end of that.
So you might be seeing them later on. Do you think that with this hindrance, you think that you could take them?
I'd be confident and say yeah, because players have been doing that for all the games they played, not just Overwatch. So it'll definitely be interesting if I do say so myself.
So the last one was a payload map, and I guess, yeah, we get to reset. Do you like control maps or hybrid maps better?
I definitely say control maps.
Control maps. Okay, so we just did, we did Busan, and we started out, did we do Lijiang already? No, we didn't. All right, let's just go to Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower will be the next map. So any last words, Crow, that you have to say before you hop back into the main arena?
Go easy on the support. They try their best.
Yeah, totally agree. As a tank main, I give you 100% credit for keeping me alive.
You'd be the first.
Exactly. So here we go. I will see you guys in a little bit. We're going to have the matchup between the Walking Zens and the Enchantresses in a little bit. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. My name is Kevin KanashiiGG's, and I am joined by TCAT.
TCAT, yep.
Yep, TCAT is the captain of the varsity team for the Overwatch team. So what do you think of the punishment game so far?
It's pretty fun. You kind of have to overcome a lot of different challenges, so I'm interested in seeing what teams do this game, because this one's going to be a lot harder, I think.
And obviously we've seen that the Walking Zen have been having some issues. They've lost a player, then they had to sub in somebody, and then on top of the Batsu games that you guys have already faced, they also have to face with the fact that they can't quite get it together there. So on top of the fact that they already have 50% extra HP, we're giving them 50% more damage.
Yeah, the buffs are stacking, so it's going to be a lot harder for enemy teams to beat them.
Yeah, and the enemy team Batsu right now, at least for the Enchantresses, is they can't play tanks.
Yeah, that's really tough. Like, playing no tanks is like a huge part of the game, so I'm interested in seeing how they overcome that.
Yeah, and if you were hypothetically not being able to play tanks, what would you try to go for? Like, do you think that the Sombra would be like a must pick in order to shut down some of the tanks with the ultimates, or do you think that you can just like run straight through them, just try to dive them?
There's two different routes. I would either go like some sort of like dive with like a Tracer, Genji, Sombra, like they did on First Point Nabani, or I would do like an Ashe hit scan kind of comp and player distance and just build ults, because I think no matter what, you can win fights with ults.
And I totally agree with you. Once again, TCAT, the captain, just dropping knowledge on them.
Exactly.
This kid is like, what, 4 years younger than me? He's just like, I know everything.
I guess so.
I'm just like a sad boy who just runs in and tries not to die.
For sure.
So, yeah, you played both against the Walking Zens and the Enchantresses. Is there anything that you see with these two teams that, who do you think has the advantage even with, or like, non-considering the buffs?
I'd say it's pretty even right now. I think before with the HP buff only, it was definitely going to be favored towards the Karos' team. But now that the damage increase, it's going to be a lot harder to like overcome that difficulty.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going into, what is it? What did I pick? Lijiang. You picked Lijiang Tower.
Yeah.
Any tips or tricks going into Lijiang Tower, considering that the Enchantresses still can't play with no tanks, and the Zens now have more HP and more damage?
Yeah, well, I know they're not listening, but I would definitely recommend a Bastion comp. It'll be like definitely a big thing with the damage increase and stuff. So
and
we'll
just playing
see.
around the Baptiste as well, and just the Amp Matrix plus the 50% already out.
It's really tough to play against Bastion with no tanks, so we'll see how it goes.
Exactly. So we will be hopping on into Lijiang Tower. So here we go with that. Lijiang Tower, it's another comfortable map. It's honestly, I think from what I heard during, the TESPA Collegiate Series, you guys actually favor this map quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun map, I think, and we're definitely better on it, so.
And yeah, they are trying to figure it out.
Restarting? Oh, okay.
Okay, maybe there was just a quick fix going on right there. They're just tweaking a couple of things, just making sure that they cannot see what's going on here. Oh yeah, we're just getting a couple things fixed up here. Here we go. Entering the game. Enchantresses.
So it looks like it's Garden, right?
It is Garden.
I believe this is Garden, yep. So I think a Pharah might be really big here, because playing with no shields is definitely going to be tough with a Pharah in the air dealing max damage.
Do you think it'd be easier to try to go for like those Pharah boops off of the side of the bridge if they do decide to go that way?
I mean, they're not running tanks, so you can't Diva Eat it, you can't block it with the shield, so it could be definitely a strong thing. I know Rubik does play a little bit of Pharah, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, and Rubik has been a thorn in both your teams and
for sure.
And Enchantress' side, even considering that, he might not be winning these fights, but he's gotten play of the game twice.
He's putting a lot of impact on the match as Genji, which I know he's kind of known for, but Genji's not super good in this meta, so I'm excited to see some kind of change, actually.
So yeah, we'll see what that does to the team compositions continuing on here. The Walking Zen still playing 2-2-2, meanwhile the Enchantresses have to play with
like a 3-3.
3-3?
Yeah, no.
It's not goats.
It's not goats. It's the worst version of goats where they have no tanks.
So yeah, we will see how it goes down as the point is about to, or the doors are about to unlock in 5 seconds. Yeah, do you think that the environment is actually going to be playing out, especially on this map?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, they're running double sniper and then like a Reaper, so Reaper might flank, and then the two snipers are going to try to position in odd angles to try to get some picks off behind the Orisa shield and the Sigma shield.
Do you think it's interesting that the Enchantresses aren't going to be... I understand like Zen isn't a meta pick, but if you're running like full DPS, do you think that would be something to
It's actually
consider.
yeah, it's actually not that too bad because you're gonna be discording targets and they're gonna be low HP and you have the damage increase. So Zen's not like the squishy robot anymore. He's got like 300 HP now to work with.
Yeah, he's one scary Omnic.
Yeah, for sure.
He's giving the damage orb as well as just dealing the damage himself. And oh my God, Rubik.
Rubik is just like Genji dashing everywhere around Nicholas. He's actually doing really well.
Yeah, and considering his mechanical skill already, and then also giving him 50% more damage now, is going to be very difficult for the Enchantresses. But this might be the one time that the Walking Zens will actually get a point on the board.
Yeah, if this isn't a win here, then I'm really scared for my team because we're going to have to play him with like super buffs.
Yeah. And then these guys will get a level 2 punishment game. So we'll see what they decide to pick. Actually, you're the one who gets to...
Oh, I get the roll.
You get to roll for it, so it's going to be really interesting. So, once again, Rubik on the Genji. He's 77% to his ultimate. He's got like a couple dashes through, and it's going to be really scary to see him, especially with Blade. Like, Blade one-shots people now because
for
it's 50%.
sure, because he won't even heal. Everybody's like just easy dash through him.
You put a Zen Orb, slash through it, it's over.
And you have Coalescence doing tons of damage too.
So overall, a very scary Walking Zens team trying to get in there. He's just sitting on this Blade. I don't even know if he needs to use it right now. He's already got the kills available, and that's...
And they're making some changes to their comp, which is definitely something I'd like to see. The Widow is still kind of iffy because no tanks to block the Widow, and they have so much more HP. It'll be tough to do a lot of damage on Widow, but I like the Bastion and the Junkrat.
I feel like, yeah, that's something that for sure can deal with the barriers that they have with Sigma and Orisa, and also give some unpredictability to it. Rubik already in the back line with the Dragon Blade, already finds one and gets the dash kill on Pac-Man.
Yeah, even though Karo's got a pick on the Zen, it still doesn't matter because Rubik's doing so much on Genji right now.
Yeah, it's just so much coming out from this team. Something that, you know, I gave a little bit of Batsu relief, you know? You don't want people not having fun at these
tournaments. For sure, yeah.
I mean, rolled.
The buffs are just as much as a nerf to the other team, so we're looking at like very stacked odds, but it still looks like Walking Zen is taking really good command at this point.
Yeah, and Kairos trying to go back on that Widow, but he does get picked off by So we'll see if that's going to be enough. Sentry mode. Oh, the deflect by Rubik just enough to...
They have to start contesting point now.
Yeah, the overtime wick is there. They do use Valk. Pac-Man using Valk in order to stay alive on the point. He does get a quick res. Almost dies there. It's very risky considering that you have to dodge 50% more.
The Zen gets 2 off the tire.
Yeah, it's just so much damage. Yeah, Black Kivo getting 2 off the tire, and that might just be enough for them to flip the point maybe.
The Sigma all going down 2 kills Kairos, so maybe not.
So
see if the Lucio's stalling really well here.
They are getting flooded out here, but the Sigma is just...
There's so many barriers.
There's so many barriers. And the fact that he has absorption as well, he could just kind of survive on that, and there you go.
And they're able to pull out the win.
The Walking Zens taking the first round here.
Now, if you're Kairos' team, what map do you want? Do you want to go Night Market or do you want to go Control Point or Control Center?
I feel like they're both really terrible. Honestly, you
Garden was your best chance.
Garden was your best chance. Yeah. That or honestly, if you're the Enchantresses and you happen to get Night Market, you can try to run the Baptiste with Bastion and then just like shield block with like as many bodies as you can.
Yeah, you just use bodies as shields.
Yeah, and I also feel like the other thing that happens with this composition, because it is unlocked for them, they can go like Bastion and like 5 supports.
Oh, for
if
sure,
they wanted to.
You're still goats.
Yeah. Forehead. There's no shield.
Yeah. You just run into them. I think if I was the Enchantresses, I would definitely want to go Lucio and try to just get on him like a Reaper.
Yeah, like a full-on dive comp might actually be really scary for the Walking Zens.
Yeah, if they're not able to like kite around shields enough, if you just go on him, you might be able to get a few picks.
Yeah, and Rubik already finding a quick kill, looking for more.
They're able to res it.
He's already at 59%, just off of like the first engagement, considering how much damage they're putting out here.
Yeah, 61, and he'll come back and get it next fight probably.
Yeah, there's Ichizuki. He's the one who's filling in for Lena when she left. And yeah, we're really close to the other room. We could hear their comms coming through the walls.
It's definitely very loud right now. Both teams are trying really hard to get control at this point.
Yeah, and Enchantress is getting a couple kills with Black Kivo on that Junkrat, able to kill a couple of the Walking Zens.
Yeah, but Rubik already has Blade, so it's going to be interesting to see how they defend against this. They do have Cole, but Rubik's killing people with 1 dash, slash, and He's got so much HP now.
Yeah, we'll see if he can survive.
There he
Here's the
goes.
blade. It's coming out. He's looking for something. Doesn't quite find anybody within his reach. He does find Crow, but he does get brought down by the Coalescence by Daide and Kairos. The Enchantress is starting to find a little bit of footing here.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Kairos picked 2 people before Genji's blade was even out, so no matter what happened, Kairos' team already won the fight.
Yeah, they had numbers advantage going into that, so they're already at almost 40% here for the Enchantresses, looking to tie up the map record. Kairos already has the Dragon Strike available, probably looking around the corner there. They also have the Riptire again. So the Walking Zens going to be looking for even more damage. They already lose.
Another pick on Rubik.
Yeah,
as
they
the
lose
McCree.
Rubik at McCree.
I think Hanzo's definitely like a smart pick. That's what I was playing versus the Dare buff too. So we'll see if he stays on it. I think it's definitely a smart pick.
Yeah, it deals a lot of damage already, and there's Black Kivo on his own, getting some of the burst damage as well, and that's enough to bring him down.
Yeah, they're definitely holding this really well. They're able to like kind of spread out. So when Rubik has Blade, or he's back on Genji now, so when he has it, they're definitely spread out enough so he can't just get unlimited resets.
Yeah, and it's smart that the Enchantresses also decided to pick up the Baptiste. They can use that to save them, at least for a couple of slashes, and then they can save the rest of them with Coalescence if they commit that.
It's a really smart pick. Plus the wall will let them have enough damage to like kind of almost kill them like normal.
Yeah, and there we go. The Enchantress is still holding on to the point. Is going to get brought down. The Gravitic Flux lifting up Kairos. He's already at half, but dropping down pretty low, but getting saved up here by Pac-Man, keeping him alive. But Overtime Wick currently going off, and the Walking Zen's looking to stabilize again.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold it. The Bongo, they use a lot of ults there. The Sigma Flux, Bongo, but they do have Cole and Genji Blade up now. And they're really close to Bob, so I think they can actually hold this for a couple of fights if they don't use all their ults on the next fight.
Yeah, they got to just play it really safe here. Walking into this next one, no pun intended. The Walking Zens looking to get their first win here. Yeah, at least get on the board. Rubik has
they're holding
the
a little
blade.
close, yeah.
He's looking to get aggressive. Here's the blade. He does find Black Kivo. He finds Crow. He's looking for more. That's 3. And he's looking
for the
even
fourth?
looking for the Pharah. Can he get it?
Oh,
Yes, he
nice.
does. Impressive play by Rubik, getting 4 on his own.
Really smart use of making sure they didn't have the immortality field there to keep everyone alive. So he focused the Baptiste first and then went for everyone else after that.
Yeah, it really helped them out in figuring out who they needed to prioritize. His immortality field is probably one of the only things that would really shut him down. The Enchantresses this time are going to be opting in for Sombra. How do you think that's going to help them out against the Walking Zens?
Well, they really only need one more fight, but it's more about if she can build an EMP in the next 50%, because that's actually kind of tough to do. So if they do it, I think it's very winnable for them.
They do pick off Rubik. He does get caught out there. He dropped down HP, and they're going to beat drop for this. They're going to try to get in there as quickly as they can, as the Walking Zens are just playing it safe, playing it back, controlling the point as much as they can. They're keeping Ashe away from the rest of the fight, but the Riptire doesn't get anything.
Kairos is down now. I think that's a big enough pick. Oh, they do res him, though.
So yeah, Pac-Man commits the res to keep that up, but Rubik is already in their backline, 47 HP, and he's going to get dropped.
Dropped just before Blade, too.
Yeah, the Dragon Strike is coming back through it. There's the Coalescence.
Cole's keeping everybody up, dealing some damage to the enemy, too.
And just keeping the damage.
If they can stall until Rubik's back with Blade, I think it's winnable for them for sure.
Yeah, they're looking to try to shut down the rest of that. They're at 99%.
Already overtime.
This is the OT fight right here.
They're not going to have Hammond or Winston to get on the point, so that's a big.
Yeah,
big
they have
stall.
no speed.
Yeah, they have no speed.
The only thing is Lucio. Rubik already picking off 2 with his blade, and he's looking to shut the
They're
door
cleaning
here.
up now, and it looks like Walking Zens are going to win this one.
Yeah, the Walking Zens finally getting a W here. This time at Lijiang Tower. And yeah, let's see what that play they get. Once again is Rubik. Rubik doing crazy things.
He's definitely pulling out a lot of big Genji plays this game. And it's the one where he kills the bat first, and he's able to kill off everyone else after that.
Yeah, it was a very smart play overall, just making sure that his team could stay alive even through that. So yeah, we just did a control point map. Once again, I'm KanashiiGG's. That is TCat. We have a choice. You get to pick between hybrid or payload.
Let's do payload.
A payload map. Okay. and then let's see. You get to, oh yeah, you get to pick the punishment for the Zens.
Ooh, let's see.
The walking Zens. They're just on level 2, so these are pretty basic so far. But
All right, I'm picking the walking Zen's punishment.
the walking Zen's punishment, it is just a post-it note.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to kind of like go from the side. Yeah, he's got
I
it.
got it.
He's got it.
All right, 50% healing or 50% damage output.
So yeah, pretty much we gave them the 50% healing and damage output. Now they get to choose.
Reverse.
Yeah, reverse it now.
Yeah.
So you get to choose. You want them to have 50% less HP or 50% less output?
Let's do 50% less output. I think that'll be
50%
tough.
less output damage for the rocking Zens this time. So I will take note of that. Yep.
Yeah.
And then you said payload, right?
I do want payload.
You want a payload map. You know what? I'm feeling it. Let's go to Route 66.
Okay,
so
I like
Route
that map.
66 is going to be the next payload map, and we're going to have the Hogs versus the Enchantresses.
Nice.
Yep. We will see you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome to KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. I'm your host, Kevin Kanashii, and I am joined by DJ Solrose.
Hello.
Welcome back. Yeah, so you were on the Walking Zens. You got all the buffs, and now you get the minus 50% damage output.
There goes all of the buffs and everything.
So, yeah, we'll go into what the Monster Hogs and the Enchantresses is the next match, by the way. The Monster Hogs cannot use the AD. Cannot use left or right.
Oh.
So they can only walk forward or backwards.
I was about to say, when you said AD, I looked at you weird because I'm a controller player.
Yeah, so they cannot go left or right. And if they hit left or right, they taunt.
It's an emote.
Yeah, so
oh my God.
It punishes them for that. Meanwhile, the Enchantresses, since they both lost to you and the Monster Hogs, they do get a slight buff. They get that 50% HP. But they still have that debuff of no tanks.
Ooh.
So they have no tanks, but they have a little bit more HP, so it may even out a little bit.
I think they have an issue with not having their tanks, and that's what my team ended up noticing the last time, and we took advantage of that for sure, even took advantage of our buffs. And our team, with me being an ex-tank now, we switched our tanks to support and our support to our tanks, and that ended up helping us a lot.
So yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see all of that come into play. Once again, we're going to Route 66, and in order for time, we're just going to be only doing control point maps from this point forward, but we get to pick them. So, you know, that's going to be a lot of fun.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, obviously you're wearing Sasuke. You're, you know,
I got
Naruto.
the symbol and everything.
It's classic. So. If you guys know later down the line for Kimetsu no Yaiba, this character initially starts with water, but eventually learns fire. So, in terms of chakra, how do you usher the chakra into a blade? How do you think that's the best way to go about that?
Like turning from water chakra to fire chakra, like into a blade?
Yeah.
Well,
we have a blade. In Kimetsu no Yaiba, we start with a blade.
Okay, so it's basically what
to
Sasuke already does almost towards the end of right before Boruto, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of hard work, I guess. I don't know. I'm not Sasuke. I'm dressed as him, but I'm not him.
But yeah, we're going to be going into that. We could ask all the weeb questions we can. We're just killing for time as they're trying to load into Route 66. Do you have any opinions on that map in general?
Route 66 is one of my favorite ones because I actually liked the old style. I liked the way it's run. I actually really liked just the design of the map itself. It's really easy, really cool. Not too much. I think there's some stuff to do. I just haven't played on that map in a little while. So.
Yeah, Route 66 is a very comfort pick map for most of us Overwatch players. One of the first ones that was implemented into the game, so we know every nook and cranny of the place. But
it's been a while. This is the longest I've played Overwatch for, I want to say, the last 3 years. So it's a good coming back start for me.
So yeah, we're gonna see all of that go into play. They're still inviting a couple players. Yeah, their punishment games are starting to stack up a little bit. Knowing these guys, so the Enchantresses are going to be going into a level 3. If the Monster Hogs win, they go into a level 4.
Oh, so
actually, you know what?
Monster Hogs are at the top point
the
of
Monster Hogs will be entering level 5. V-Flight, if you want to bring up that graphic, the level 5 Batu games, just letting you guys know ahead of time for the viewers, there's a thing called Cross Tandem, which is most likely going to get picked. Or you unbind your primary fire. You cannot shoot.
Oh.
You cannot left click. You cannot rebind it to anything. You cannot left click. That is just.
That's gonna suck being a Mora main, but I guess I'll just stick to healing like that last game. I ended up getting gold on healing, so.
It's the opposite. You can only deal damage as Mora. You only right click.
Oh yeah, huh?
Yeah, so you can't heal. You can throw the ball.
No. Because you said no left. Yeah, I can only heal.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's gonna be very difficult. So yeah, we're waiting on.
I was like, I don't play mouse. I'm
yeah,
controller, so it's backwards.
Yeah, it's backwards. So we have that going down, and then on top of, once again, the Enchantresses have 50% more HP. Do you think that's gonna help them out, considering that they don't have tanks, or do you still think that that's gonna hurt them because it's competition?
So it may help them out. The thing is when we only had 50 HP, we lost against the other team.
Mm-hmm.
So when we had the extra buff of HP, we lost. We needed both to end up getting it, plus taking away their tanks and moving and switching our tanks and support team. So we had an issue with rolls and that But now that's kind of fixed. For them, I want to say with the buff and lacking of tanks, I still think they might be a little far down there because the health didn't help us as much either. It was literally, it didn't matter.
Yeah, we'll see if that plays into them. It also, so the only thing that happens here is you do survive longer, but you do charge ultimates quicker. So that's a 50-50 that you get with the HP buff. So yeah, we're going to be hopping right in. There we go. We're going straight into Route 66. Once again, we were saying that this is a very comfortable map for a lot of players because it is one of the first maps that was implemented. Another thing, we got that cool cinematic at last BlizzCon with Ashe. Well, the introduction of Ashe, and we also got to see McCree do all that stuff as well. I'm tied to this desk, but yeah, it's pretty cool though. I do like the diner. I like the diner aesthetic, and then also just for fun, one of the prizes for this this matchup, if whoever wins it, does win the Overwatch cookbook.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a really good surprise in full. I didn't even know that there was even an Overwatch cookbook.
Yeah, it's something that they kind of kept under wraps for a long time, but it is there. So once again, the Monster Hogs playing with a full team lineup. Meanwhile, the Enchantresses still having no tanks. I do like this pick though. They did decide to run the Mei this time. That will give them a wall as well as somebody who can potentially tank a lot of damage. So
that is true, because she could not only snipe from far range, she could also use her close range freezing tactic
to kind of be a crowd control. It really helps them out here. Meanwhile, T-Cat, he said this on the cast. He was on the last oh, the emote! He's got to use it! He tried to move with the emotes, keeping him in place. Oh man, this is brutal. It's something that, you know, as a player, you're so used to all of the
hilarious.
It is so hard. It is something that's hardwired into all of us to.
What's kind of sad is me and my team, we were kind of hoping to play against them with this because we were going to use the emotes to our advantage because my team likes pushing a lot. So when we pushed and they were to emote, that's when we were to get them. While they were doing that, we were to hope to hold up our shields and stuff like that while they were pushing, to kind of go back and forth with it, and that's probably going to be the other side's best tactic with this one right now, with not having any tanks.
Yeah, so with the lack of tanks, they are having an issue trying to pick them off, but I do think it's hilarious that this is a smart pick. Kairos on the Widowmaker, without any ability to really, you're locked into a position once you're emoting. So Kairos is taking full advantage of that. He's already got 3 headshots in a row. He's on fire.
Wow.
This is the reason why he is one of the.
They also got to watch it, though. They all almost got their ults on that other side with the Widow.
Yeah, the one thing that you got to watch out for is the fact that AD, both the A and the D keys are unbound and bound to emotes. So it is something that is hardwired into a lot of players.
We got to remember, too, because one of them is a controller player, so they're completely, with altering the controller, you have to completely move your entire joystick, because you can't just ult just the joystick. That whole joystick gets moved to another joystick.
Exactly. It makes it very difficult for them, and Kairos is taking full advantage of that, trying to full hold on Route 66 here. They're not giving him any space either. This is something that I do like coming out from the Monster Hogs here.
It's a lot more of a different play to them than the last time playing with them not having takes against them.
So yeah, the Enchantress is really taking full advantage of this, and the fact that they...
We can't hear everyone in the other room just laughing. It's got to be that much of an entertaining chance.
It's pretty difficult considering that the only way that they can move forward, or the only directions they can move, is backwards and forwards. So
and this map, the funny thing is, though, is this map is a very backwards and forwards map. So I don't get why a lot of them are trying to turn, because it's all backwards and forwards and slight turning, and that should be easier with a mouse. So I'm actually very shocked considering how many people are emoting.
It is something that is, it's hardwired into all of us. We all want to AD strafe. That's something that we all love to do, and Kairos taking full advantage of that, because, you know, if you can only walk forward or backwards, you're stuck in one line. It all depends on your line of sight at that point.
That is true.
The Enchantress is really utilizing all that they have here, even though they have the disadvantage in terms of the team composition and not having any tanks.
The one thing that would be really cool if during our intermissions and everything else is if we kept track of how many times people hit that AD.
Yeah, I wish.
And how many would emote in the middle of it and keep tracks of it and then come back and be like, all right, this happened so many this times. That would be kind of funny. Keep track of it for each player if once that happens, for that being a punishment.
So there we go. The overtime is already here. Kairos is actually brought down for the first time.
Wow.
So they do take care of the Widowmaker. They're going to probably go for the res here on Pac-Man. Oh,
Do
but
they
he's not going to be
have
able
the
to get it.
res? I don't think they're going to be able to get it.
They're not going to be able to get it back in time, but the
Nope.
damage is already done by the Enchantresses. Knowing that the Monster Hogs could only move in one direction, and that happens to be forwards.
And
but
backwards.
only backwards this time. So the Monster Hogs really holding it down this time.
That is very enjoyable to watch from this end, I gotta say.
The Enchantresses might actually be able to go up a rank this time. They will have to play against the Monster Hogs. I do love this game. We could hear them in the other room. They're all busting up laughing.
all laughing. Every time they hit an AD in one of them emotes, all you hear is them go, oh man, or just bust up laughing.
It is great to see. And it's something that will take a little bit of time to get used to. This is their first time playing with this debuff, so maybe they'll try to do something.
Yeah, this one they may end up having a really big issue, but getting used to playing it, if they play another round once more with it, then they may get used to it pretty quick in the second round.
So yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see. Once again, this is the Monster Hogs and the Enchantresses going at it. This is for Tier 4 and Tier 5 Batsu games. So these games are getting scarier. Getting, no pun intended. They're just a lot harder. And the person behind the madness is yours truly. We all brainstormed crazy ideas here. Same thing with Victor and V-Flight, who's on the TriCaster, on the technical director side, switching the cameras for us. Thank you. As well as Kumo, who is the in-game observer. So you can thank us for these crazy demonic punishment games that we have here.
Oh, well, I thank you guys so much, and I'm actually really shocked because normally I seem to go to tournaments or stuff like that, and I'm very scared to play in them because of sportsmanship conduct. And being in the first tournament, first time here for ArtU Sports, it's actually a lot of fun, even though it's not completely a full-on competitive. It's for fun and just messing around for Halloween. This is the best sportsmanship out of any tournament that I've ever been to seen, like even for costume contests and stuff as well. So I got to give you guys congrats on that one and for the players.
Yep, and the Enchantresses are really doing a good job. They took full advantage of
They
that.
really did take full advantage.
There we go. And they are going to be sailing their way really quickly onto that point there. Took advantage of that 100%. The Enchantress actually moving up this time and taking it. No more tanks. No problem. As long as the other team could only walk
forwards and backwards.
So Daide on the Torbjorn this time. Look at his ability to use A and D. It really helped him out there. But he did get a lot of headshots, a lot of...
I kind of feel like with that play of the game, he used his A and D on purpose because he knew he was going to get it, just to show it off a little bit there.
It's one of those things that is just like easy to use, and you get so used to it. You could hear them all laughing out there. But congrats to the Enchantresses. They are going to be out there getting ready to win. So yeah, they're going to be moving on to the level 4 punishment games. And you get to be the lucky one to pick.
Picking of the poison again.
Yeah. So level 4. Oh, on top of that, they lose their 50% HP buff because they finally won.
Winning.
So yeah, go for it.
Let's see if I can open this one this time. Oh, I can. Directional keys reloaded with the arrow keys.
Okay, yeah, so if you're on keyboard and mouse, you can no longer use WASD. You have to use the arrow keys that are located near the number pad.
Oh, that's going to be... I'm a controller player.
So, yeah, controller players have it just as fine. Like, no hindrances there, but if you're on keyboard and mouse, arrow keys for you guys.
But for controller players, though, you can change it from that left joystick being your control key to your right joystick being control key and left joystick being your camera.
That would be insane.
I'll keep that in mind. That would be really hard.
So there we go. Yeah, that is the match between the Hogs and the Enchantresses, and we will be going to another control point map. It's my pick. Is there any of them that we haven't seen already? Yep, actually, as a matter of fact, we're going to go to Ilios. That is my pick. We haven't seen Ilios this entire time. So, yep, we will be right back. It will be the Hogs versus the Zens up next. We'll see you in a little bit.
Here we go again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. My name is Kevin Kanashi Tagupa, and yep, okay. I'm just getting a couple of notes here, and this is Black Evo. Black Evo was on the Enchantresses. So, what did you think of that last match? The fact that the other team couldn't AD strafe at all, and there was just
It was very entertaining, to say the least. It's kind of fun to just one moment they're shooting, the next they start posing up. So.
Did
it's
that
fun
make
to
the
look at.
game really easy for
It
you?
really
the fact
it did.
that they
It was
couldn't.
extremely easy.
So yeah, that was pretty cool. And then meanwhile for the Monster Hogs, yeah, that was their punishment game. For you guys couldn't. You guys now can't use your directional keys.
Yep.
Your WASD and have to use the arrow keys that are in the middle of the keyboard. Are you gonna try to plan to reach around and go?
No, we're planning on just remapping the whole.
Remapping the whole thing around the arrow keys. That's gonna be really interesting to see what you guys come up with. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. The match right now is the Monster Hogs versus the Walking Zen. Any heads up in terms of what their Batu games are, and who do you think is gonna come out on top? The Zens have 50% less damage output, but the Monster Hogs still can't use A&D.
I don't know. That's a really good because the 50% less damage, that is a lot of reduced damage. But then again, if they can't move again, if they keep making the same mistake to do with us, I think Walking Zens will have it easy.
If you're the Walking Zens, do you think that you should utilize maybe like Zenyatta and Mercy to possibly reduce that damage output, like the damage output, or increase your damage output that you could put out, even though to try to maybe even things out? Or do you think that it's better to just go as is?
I think having a Zen, having that Discord is going to be a lot very beneficial to them because if they're going to reduce their damage, at least have a single target for them to all jump on in, because that'll be crucial.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for them. And I want to talk about your team for a little bit. You're on the Enchantresses. You queued up with Gren the Ninja and Crow. How did you guys all meet up? Are you guys all in the same department, or are you just good friends?
We're good friends. We've met each other quite a few weeks ago, and we've just been playing together since. Yeah.
Just playing a lot of Overwatch together, just hanging out, or just any other games?
Yeah, we play a lot of other games and just hang out outside of class and all that kind of stuff.
That's cool. How does it feel to play with Pac-Man and Kairos?
Oh, it's very liberating. They just carry me. I just have to. All the attention is on them, and I can just flank behind his Doomfist and have no worries.
So yeah, Kairos is the main DPS for the varsity team, and Pac-Man is the off tank for the varsity team, and then Daide is a Grandmaster's support player. So we made sure that Kairos could not play his main role, which was the DPS. We put him on that off tank and forced Pac-Man to play the main tank. So we're giving them the hard stuff so that you get. Well, it's kind of it kind of balances out, makes life a little easier. So yeah, we're gonna be hopping in. The next map is Ilios. Do you have any thoughts on Ilios as a map?
No. I'm just excited to see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and I feel like it's gonna be really interesting to see how hard these games will get. Especially one team can only walk forward and backwards, but can look around. The other team 50% output damage, for the most part. So. Yeah, since it's Halloween, any Halloween skins that you're trying to get in the game that you
I
maybe
bought
missed?
them straight up as soon as the event came out.
Yeah, as soon as the event, just drop all
yeah,
the
just everything.
Everything. What did you think about the Zen?
The walking emote?
Yeah, the emote.
I think it's the best emote in the game.
Right now, at least.
It's a cursed image, but it's amazing.
It's something that is a must pick up, especially during and it's a Halloween only one, which it's kind of weird because like Brigida's highlight intro bash is also locked behind Halloween. But yeah, there's just some of them that you could only get then. So Ilios once again is going to be the map pick. We're going to just do a quick fly around and hang out. And yeah, we are hopping in. It is the Enchantresses versus the Walking Zen as we are heading into it. So yeah, we're still gonna chill here for a little bit. We're gonna let them fly around, figure that out. As we can see over here, it's Ilios Ruins. Is there any specific thing that you would? Well, actually, you know what? I'll just go into it. We still don't have a hero for Ilios, right? Like, there's no hero that comes off from, or that's derivative of this map yet. It's just kind of it's a standalone map.
Yeah.
If there was a hero for Ilios, what would you think?
Specifically, I like for Wells. Lucio would be great because of the boop. But here, I say a lot of maybe a Pharah. Widow is also good here because of the open sight lines.
Yeah, this one is specifically long, but this is like when I used to do this, I loved playing the Winston, just being able to dive all the way in the back. Oh, they're gonna start. Oh my God, what that teleporter went a whopping 2 feet.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, they can only move forward, and they're being very careful about it too.
Yeah, they're being very smart using the Bastion, since Bastion doesn't require much movement. So that will help them a lot for not accidentally emoting.
Yeah, and they're going with a double shield again. Just playing it very slow and steady, just trying to get onto the point, lock it down, and then play that way. So yeah, they do find the first pick off on him. They took out the immortality field though. That's one of the big resources that they don't have anymore. T-Cat already mowing over a couple people.
Yeah, it's interesting that they have double snipers, because now they can't get one shot with that 50% less damage. So that's a bit of an interesting choice, but...
Would you rather go for just sheer output damage, even though it's reduced, and hope that you can break shields and get around it, or...
Yeah, I'd go maybe for Bastion, because that, Junkrat, because that counters the Bastion, and as well as just still a lot of damage.
Yeah, you could kind of play around the shields that way too, if you happen to lob it around. But yeah, we'll see what the Walking Zens decide to do. It looks like they might try to go for that dynamite play going over the top, but the Monster Hogs utilizing the fact that they can't really turn and just playing it very safely there. T-Cat still outputting a ton of damage. They're gonna get that res off on the Moira, as is still looking to get around. Oh, can't quite land the hit on the dynamite. It's gonna cost them. It's already 2 down. They're just gonna be playing. They're just gonna be playing this bunker comp, just very safe. But Rubik is trying to peek. Oh, he gets pulled back and he's gonna get shredded up. Yeah. What do you think about their damage output? How do you think you could mitigate that damage?
It's really rough because they do have a lot of shields and they have lamp, so they're using a lot of the resources just to destroy those. And while Bastion just gets to shoot them dry, so it's a bit of a struggle for them. I'd say maybe again the Junkrat is really good. Maybe Genji. That works, deflect their damage back at them.
Yeah, that might be the way. And T-Cat's just sitting here, turtling up, realizing, you can't emote if you're in that form. So
yeah,
it's a lot easier for them. And it's all about shield mitigation and making sure that you don't accidentally hit W or D. DJ Soul Rose trying to get a little bit of damage through, but it's going to get shredded up pretty quickly.
Just trying to touch for that overtime.
Yeah, and overtime Wick is available right now, but we'll see if the Walking Zens can actually get on there without getting shredded up. But yeah, T-Cat just sitting pretty here, and that's going to be it. They're just playing around the shield, just playing it very smart, very safe. So if you're the Walking Zens, how would you stop this? You have the freedom of picking out any team composition you want around them, and only knowing that they could hit forward and backwards. What is the best way to get around that?
I think the best way would be just use smart pathing. Don't be in T-Cat's line of sight, and just immediately jump on him. Just the whole team on the one dude. It's gonna leave them open to the rest of the enemy team. But if they can just get down their Bastion, then it's game over.
Yeah, and here we go. 2 seconds as the door's about to open onto Ilios well. If you're on the Walking Zens, do you think you could utilize potential potentials here, considering that it is well?
That's true. It might be a bit difficult depending on where they're set up, if they're too close to the wall or not. But yeah. Boops will also be difficult because you have to get really close up and Bastion could shred you, so it's a bit of a risk-reward.
Yeah, what would you think if they decided to go with a Sombra here? Do you think that would really help them out? And just
yeah, definitely, because you could either get rid of the lamp or get rid of the Bastion itself, and that makes life a lot easier.
So that may be the one way how they could get in. They do get a rock landed on Harambe. They got to just play it very, very safe, very secure, and try not to feed as much as possible. They're just going to be playing with 50% less damage here. They're going to get shredded. Just playing protect T-Cat. Just, yeah, make sure that he stays alive and you're good to go. They're slowly inching him away from the well. I feel like if you're the if you're the Walking Zen, you're trying to get him out of there. As there's a switch onto Wrecking Ball to potentially knock him out.
Yeah, I think that's a great choice. That could seriously help them.
Yeah, it's all about potential positioning, and I feel like that's the best way to go about it. And there we go. Not Nightwolf is going to be going around, booping him, making sure that it is going to be hit every single time. They can't really react to this either because their A&Ds are unbound. And there's the barrage over the top. That is plenty of damage coming out. And that's going to be able to get rid of the bashing comp. So setting up again is going to be pretty difficult to approach.
Yeah, that is true. I think that was pretty smart using the Wrecking Ball to split their attention. They didn't really notice the Pharah directly above them.
Yeah, he was just kind of chilling on top. And that was Rubik once again on the Pharah. Just getting the damage up and around. He's looking for more, looking, thinking. But yeah, once again, I feel like the Walking Zens could really utilize the boot potential on this map and keep them off of what they want to do. So yeah, they're going up and around, knocking him. They're just pretty much playing it safe. Like, if they can't quite get onto the point, they didn't secure the point after that 3-man, so it was pretty difficult for them. And there they go. They pop Valkyrie. They're staying very close to the ground. 95% does get the drop there. Still not a lot of damage output. And that's going to be it. The Monster Hogs are going to be winning. And yeah, that was pretty quick for them. I mean, they got to just play it safe, just sit down, not do too much. So
yeah.
So yeah, T-Cat going to have the play of the game here on the Bash. I mean, you can't really do too much about that. It's just, you're playing it very safe, very sheltered, and it's pretty easy to do. So yeah, I think they played around their weaknesses pretty well. As the Monster Hogs are going to be moving on. That was a level 4 Batsu game for the Monster Hogs. So now this is their final one. Yeah. So yeah, let's get to that level 5 punishment game. So go ahead. This is what the Monster Hogs will have to deal with.
All right. Oh.
And I got it. It's kind of sticky. I really locked it down here. All right. Cross tandem. So, in other words, your right hand or your left hand is on the keyboard on this side, and your mouse is over here, and you're controlling 2 separate characters in half. So, do you think that this is it's hard enough to multitask? Now you have to play 2 heroes.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be interesting. I think they're going to be able to get an extra player to handle the last mouse. But yeah, we'll see how that goes and how that plays out for them as they will be moving on into the final match. Since you're here, what control point map would you like to see? We just did Ilios.
Okay.
So you can pick any of those.
I think Oasis would be fun.
Oasis. Okay. So our next map is going to be Oasis. It is going to be the Enchantresses versus the Zens. So we will see you guys after the intermission. Hello everyone, welcome to the Kanashi Trick or Treat Throwdown. Once again, I'm Kevin KanashiiGG's, and I am joined by Anime Lou. And then also, just to give us a quick heads up, thank you, Forrest Angel, for showing up. Yeah, amazing cosplay, amazing costume. Sorry, we're all in. They're interchangeable, right? Technically, both of you guys are on the Ruby team. How does it feel to be on that team? Is it? I know you can't speak because of the mask, but how does it feel to be on the team?
I think it's great, just because like since I know people already in there, it helps to have like the synergy between everyone. Since I know almost everyone's roles, so since I play tank, I'm like, okay, you guys can do this, and then with healer, focus and you know, just teamwork.
Yeah, and just to give you guys a quick heads up, we're all here from the Academy of Art University. They're giving us the wonderful stream setup, as well as building the bonds between a whole bunch of esports people. Fun fact, me, V-Flight, Kumo were the first iteration of Ruby. I was the captain of that team, so it's pretty fun going from player to like substitute for the B team or for the A team, and then eventually only casting everything. So we had a great time with that. Let's see. Right now we have the matchup between the Walking Zens and the Monster Hogs. Is the Monster Hogs? No, it's the Enchantresses. I am all over the place right now. So yeah, the Enchantresses have their directional keys bound to the arrow keys.
Wait, so yeah, it would be like this.
Yeah, or because there's no other keys around, you can't like easily remap it.
Oh, they can't.
So they would have to use like their reload.
Have to go.
They either have to jump or to quickly do it. Okay, so it looks like we are on our Oasis map, and we're just gonna be moving straight on into this. This is gonna be pretty interesting to see how this goes down. They're just gonna start right up. Once again, Walking Zen versus the Enchantresses. Another thing, just to make it a little bit harder on the Enchantresses, by the way, the Walking Zen can only be killed with headshots. Only headshots. So, any tips that you could give to the Enchantresses in order to try to win this?
Well, I would say almost half the roster is kind of useless at this point. Like, you would need, for tanks, you would need Orisa. I don't think Hog can't do anything. Ryan definitely can't do anything. And then you have Sigma and...
yeah, it's just a whole bunch of characters just become absolutely useless because you can't. The only damage output that you can get is by hitting their heads, and these players are playing it really smart. They're going Hammond. Can't be knocked out of that. They're using the Orisa Bastion, and they're tucking Bastion into a corner so the headshot box is like in the wall. They're very smart about that. So meanwhile, Enchantresses trying to push their way through, trying to figure out what they can do with this. You played against both of these teams. Is there any input that you can give? Who do you think has the upper hand in this case here?
Honestly, I think the Zens have it just because in order to get rid of Bastion, he has to transform back.
So yeah, it's very difficult for them in order to get that damage output proper. The Enchantresses, by the way, if they win this, they get a level 5 punishment game.
Ooh.
And we already assigned cross tandem. There is only one other level 5 punishment game, so I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna give them that one. Or you know what, we could probably make them both play cross tandem. We'll see what the bucket says. But yeah, they are just going for a straight up firefight. The Walking Zens dropping pretty low. Getting pretty low already. Has the barrage available if they can get it. So Crow's gonna go down. Quick hook once again, and they're gonna bring down.
Wow.
That takes out the Pharah. So the Enchantresses playing it very smart, but still don't have enough locking it down. They don't have enough lockdown to really finish them off here. So the Enchantresses gonna have a hard time against the Walking Zens.
I'm surprised they didn't choose Baptiste in this case, because even though they have to do headshots, at least Bastion's still somewhat protected, because if he transforms back for his reload or something, you know, then you still have Baptiste to just field lamp.
So yeah, is still trying to figure that out. Rubik is just getting the kills that he needs right now. So the Walking Zen's currently in the position that they need to be. Meanwhile, the Enchantresses trying to get the last bit of overtime tick. And there goes the barrage over the top, trying to zone him out even further. And that's going to be it. The overtime wick is going to be down.
And that's that round.
Oh, wait, we got to get a quick reset. Yep. This is actually something that I was going to do. Yep, they're going to change it back real quick. No, we're going to keep it here on the screen. Yeah, they forgot to change the damage modification. Just real quick. So, yeah, it's going to be really quick. Yeah, don't worry about it. We are just going to fix that up. Yeah, you're dressed as Joker from Persona 5. From Smash.
Yeah.
you're Joker from Smash. No, but in terms of, you know, picking out your costume, how did you go about it? Did you just like Joker as a character?
Well, you know, we're kind of doing a you know, game party, so I was like dressed as a game character, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went full weeb this time, as people could tell. I'm going Tanjiro from Demon Slayer, or Kimetsu no Yaiba. And yeah, we're both two dudes who should be, or one's already in Smash, the other one should be in Smash. Nah, we don't have the legacy yet. But once again, we have to reset Oasis. We misdid the damage output, so we had to redo that. Once again, the Walking Zens versus the Enchantresses. See how that goes down. Once again, the Enchantresses have to use the arrow keys, so their ability keys are further away from their directions. They might have to stop for a second to actually pull off anything. There we go. Rubik's Walking Zens versus Kairos's Enchantresses.
This is going to be a very interesting match.
Yep, once again, we're going to see what happens. Walking Zen rolling out as quickly as they can. So Rubik going on the Bastion again. Kairos on the Widow. It's going to be something to look out for. That's one of his primary roles. So yeah, we're going to figure all of that out as we continue to go. The Enchantresses just playing it very simply here. They did swap Kairos' role here just to make it a little bit easier on themselves, but the Walking Zen doing a lot of damage.
They're using a lot of cover so they don't get hit. I've noticed that. Because they're hiding here more, then they could take high ground if they wanted to.
Yeah, it just makes it very difficult for them to really get around, and regardless of the mic, regardless of what they have, it's going to make it a lot difficult. A lot more difficult for them to get. There's the hack. So yeah, the Enchantresses trying to get this win here. If they do go into the Batu game. So they are trying to keep it up, trying to keep the damage going. Okay, so the Enchantresses do pop Valkyrie. They're trying to keep it going here. They're pushing their way through, trying to get it done. Rubik popping the tank configuration, trying to get the damage through, but he gets hacked up. So no abilities there, but he's still in tank configuration. He's going to find Pac-Man. They're still trying to get more damage output this time. They did swap Kivo. I think Kivo's the one who switched, right? Black Kivo switched onto the tank role so that Kairos can play this.
And they got Barrage.
They do have Barrage ready, so he's going to be looking for that. It's the only way how they could really deal with it. Kairos trying to get the win with this Widow.
I don't think they can really do much. They're just hiding, or not even hiding. They're just right there.
They're in plain sight. It makes it pretty easy for them to get the damage through. So yeah, it is very difficult for the Walking Zens to really get it done. The overtime wick ticking down. Let's see if the Enchantresses could actually make a play here, considering that Rubik is the last one here. He's looking for the damage. He's going to get it as the Bastion just shredding on through, just hiding around the corner, just making sure, you know what, we can't deal the damage. We're going to get it, and that's going to be the point.
Even with a quick res, it still wasn't enough.
So there we go. The Enchantresses taking or losing a map there. So Walking Zen is actually going to be going up 1.
They're probably going to do the same strat as they did earlier.
So the Enchantresses are trying to look for even more damage, pretty much headshot potential here, knowing that headshots are the only way to deal the damage. The Enchantresses do swap off of the Sombra, and I feel like that's the one thing that they definitely need, because with the Wrecking Ball, if you can't stop the ball form itself, you aren't going to get them off the point ever.
Pretty much.
It's unfortunate for them. So anything that you can give, once again, we're on this point of Oasis. Do you think that the Enchantresses could learn from their previous mistakes?
I'd hope so. The main problem right now is the Hammond, because they can't get on point without the Hammond rolling around. And then they can't get to Bastion too, because you have every other character that's defending him.
Yeah, it makes it pretty difficult for anybody to really get their way through. So the Enchantresses just playing at a distance, keeping it until the Walking Zens are going to be taking the first point here.
It might be a little hard for the Baptiste to do much, because if Bastion's just going to kill the lamp, then the Immortality Field doesn't really do much.
It depends on how they reposition themselves and try to get in there. Oh, Crow gets brought down pretty quickly. They're just trying to look for potential ways to get the headshots through. But yeah, getting the headshots, but also dealing with with having to remap your directional keys does actually hurt them a little bit.
That would be really bad in a team fight, just using the arrow keys, and then you have to press reload or something and just keep going.
Yeah, the remapping of the keys actually just makes it a little bit harder on them. Them having to use the arrow keys itself makes it further away from the abilities that they want to or can use. So once again, 54% for the Walking Zens. They're trying to get in there. Once again, the Enchantresses are just chilling for the most part. The Enchantresses, I believe, have some of your teammates on, or no, not the Enchantresses. Yeah, the Enchantresses. They have some of the ArtU Ruby team on it. How's it like playing with them?
It feels good. Like earlier, you know, just like the teamwork and everything was good.
And then, considering that you're on the JV team, how does it feel to play against? Oh my God, that hook! That went from a long distance. They found out, you know, we can try to get that out the way, and that's the way to go. It might not have the headshot potential, but it's just enough.
Still gets them.
So, looking for even more damage here. Has a barrage if they want to shut the door on the overtime. But yeah, it was pretty difficult without the Sombra. There's no way of really dealing with a Hammond. So, overtime Wick, still up, still at 100, but it's slowly fading away. Will the Enchantresses be able to touch it? Nope, that's going to be it.
And that's game.
So yeah, the Walking Zens are going to be it as they continue on through this tournament. And here we go. Play of the game's going to go to Rubik. You know, if you can't headshot a Bastion, what is the best way to go about it? I feel like, you know, the Sombra. The Sombra is probably the best way to deal with it. But yeah, they are on level 3 now. Gotta get those buckets ready, as we saw Rubik get those buckets as well. So yeah, we are here. What's up, everybody? What did you think of that game? It just made it very difficult for them to actually get anything done.
Yeah, I feel like the Sombra would have been really helpful just to either hack Hammond, which was kind of the main problem for that point, and then either that or with the Bastion, because, you know, they need to get headshots in order to kill them.
So yeah, it was very difficult for the Enchantresses to really get in. Once again, they are tied to directional keys. Meanwhile, the Monster Hogs have to worry about the cross tandem. But for the Walking Zens, we'll figure out what they have next. Go ahead and just pick one, and I'll unwrap it for them. Level 3 punishment game incoming.
Drum roll.
Oh, frames per second to 24. So most players play at you know, pretty high frame rates. But this time, you know, 24 frames per second. It's like watching a slideshow.
It's gonna be interesting.
What frame rate do you play? You play at like the highest that you possibly can with your 144 hertz, or?
I actually don't remember.
So yeah, this is something that will, it does mess with the way how you see the game. It's nothing that's too crazy, but it is something that might mess with them a little bit. So once again, Monster Hogs have to play with cross tandem. And then the Walking Zens have to play with 24 frames per second. We have another control map, so go ahead and pick one from there that isn't this one or this one. Actually, that one we already did, so any one of those two. So, yeah, we're going to go to Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower is going to be the next one. Control point maps, we're trying to make this quick. So the next map is the Enchantresses versus the Monster Hogs. Stay tuned, and we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome to KanashiiGG's Trick or Treat Throwdown. I'm your host, Kevin KanashiiGG's, and I'm joined by V-Flight. Once again, we're doing the finals game because we want to. We've been here for too long.
Yeah.
So just to make this thing interesting, so the Monster Hogs had made it to the level 5 Batsu game. So in order for the Enchantresses to even out the playing field, they have to play with no primary fire, which is what their level 4 Batsu game was. And then we collectively decided what previous Batsu game is added on top. So they also can't play tanks. So no more tanks, and they can't shoot their primary fire. So in terms of this, who do you think has the advantage here? I know they're both great mechanically, but it's going to be weird to see them mess with different controls.
Well, you see, on was it TCAT Team Monster Hogs? So they have some control players, and the idea is that so you're sitting next to me, and I'm sitting next to you. I play on my own keyboard, but I had to use a mouse someone next to me, and you have to use my mouse to aim, and we had to communicate, and that is weirdly complicated, and we are evil like that. I mean, we had to make a level 5 punishment somehow. And for them, they're wasn't it?
Their level 4 is they can't primary fire.
I thought it was level 5 for them.
This will equal their level 5.
Okay.
Because they have to take 2.
Yeah, and Enchantresses, they have no primary fire. I've been asked many questions. Will this work? Will this work in game? I tell them go into the practice range and see if it works. So like, Brig primary fire is basically her melee. So if you just use the melee button, that could work, ideally. But then we have to test it out in the game. Karos has even asked me if the Torb ultimate, his Molten Core, it's a primary fire. You have to use left click to shoot it. But that could also be counted as primary fire. Well, not. We don't know. We're about to find out. If anything, I think I can't speak English.
The Enchantresses.
The Enchantresses have the advantage because while they don't have tanks, they do have some form of cohesiveness when it comes to damage. Just play Doomfist. It's super easy.
It would be easy, but we'll see if they could figure that out. Considering that they also don't have tanks, they could get shredded up pretty quickly.
That is also true.
Meanwhile, the Monster Hogs do at least have a balanced team composition, even if it does require a lot of interesting like half and half gameplay. So that's what we got. This is the final match, by the way, finals map. We might as well have a look at the players. As you can see, the cross tandem, it is not comfortable.
Ooh, like I think they're still trying to figure out like how this is gonna work. Like you can see Rommel and All Matter Aaron, the two closest to the camera on the left side, they're trying to figure out how to do this. They even decided to not use controllers and use a mouse and keyboard. Oh my, that's the straying away from their natural talents to at least have something that makes sense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that come into play. And same thing, it's making it a lot difficult for the Enchantresses not having that ability to play. But yeah, once again, it's going to be the final map. It's going to be Lijiang Tower, and we're going to be slowly moving into that. It is Control Center. For this composition, well, for this is usually something that when we used to play, at least on Ruby, this was something that we pretty much like got down to like a formula at this point. We were just like, you know what, just run Ryan Zarya. We'll run, whatever DPS we need to run, and we'll make it work. But for the Enchantresses, they don't have that luxury, and the Walking Zens are they got to figure out, or not the Walking Zen, the Monster Hogs are going to be all over the place.
We're going to play on the Chinese New Year map as well. A little early for that, but make it a little festive, especially for Halloween. Because it could be anything for all I know. Some people might find it scary, but that could be. Let's not go into that. Anyways, as expected, I do see a maid coming out from the side of Enchantresses. It is Gren?
Yeah, it's Gren the Ninja.
Gren the Ninja. Okay, got it.
They just got cut off because of character limit.
Got it. And then we have Walking Zens pulling out a bunker comp. I am not surprised by this because it doesn't you don't really need to coordinate that much. Oh my god. Why do I feel like this looks a little weird, to be honest.
Yeah, it is going to be really funky.
Whoa.
But once again, you have to consider there's no primary fire. They can't hit anything. They have to go for melees as their primary source of damage.
All right, Enchantresses, they are not using primary fire. Kairos is using the right click, and it seems like it's very confusing for Monster Hogs
There's
right now.
Black Kivo on the run, using that Doomfist in order to just get in. Once again, Doomfist is one of those characters who doesn't need primary fire and happens to be a DPS. So,
oh my gosh,
I feel like that's the only hero that they really need to shut down.
Oh my, this is pretty funny. Galaxy, whoever's using Galaxy's mouse,
They're not having a great time. This is what half of the battle is. It's just figuring out how to get this up and running.
Yeah, I think Monster Hogs have the biggest disadvantage right now because they are probably trying to figure out how this is gonna work, and they don't have much time to actually figure out how to do a cross tandem like this.
It's also unfortunate because we are crashed against the clock, the time here. Otherwise, we probably would just let him play it out and figure out how this works. So it is pretty difficult considering that it is super late.
Yeah, technical difficulties and all, delaying things. Delays in esports, I mean, can't name a better pair, can you?
Nope. They go hand in hand, but once again, Enchantresses, still no primary fire, can still use the Doomfist. That is the one win condition for them.
Yep.
Oh, they are able to use.
It still works? Wow.
They're going to be able to use the Molten Core. We were wondering if the primary fire was going to be able to work on ultimate, and it seems to be that way.
Wow, I actually didn't see that coming. So the fact that I don't see a Brig means that Brig melee does not work at all.
That, or they just didn't want to risk it.
True.
I feel like that would be one of the ways to get it done, but okay, T-Cat on the Bastion. He just has to sit down, and they may have found their sauce.
Oh no!
I spoke a little too soon. That's a Casus Curse right there.
Okay, so I do like the idea that Monster Hogs is doing. They have a smart comp for their punishment game right now. Playing Bastion is not that hard for anybody. You just basically point and click. Anyone playing Bastion, even Bronze, can basically kill down anybody. Especially Tori, you just drop the turret and you just walk away, and hopefully no one's going to look at you.
Yeah, the Monster Hogs are playing it very smart. They're playing characters that don't require that much aim if they need it, and they're playing just like the shield game. Like, you play it low and slow, you play it stationary, and you just make sure that T-Cat has the ability to shoot, and you guys should be okay.
The thing is, T-Cat's not the one shooting.
Exactly. It just happens to be T-Cat's character, or we don't know. Maybe it is his mouse. We'll see.
Maybe whoever's saying next to T-Cat using his mouse is like gaining all of his power, all of his mechanical skills, and nope, that is a boot.
That is a huge boop coming out from the Enchantresses. Senior Pac-Man getting all the way around and realizing, hey, they're all probably going from the side. He just found the rail open and took full advantage of it.
You see, Senior Pac-Man, he's one of the reasons why he's still on the team right now. Even though he does want to focus more on his studies, he's still one of the starting players on the team because of how smart he is and how well he plays the game. If you remember that hog pull on Oasis for when they had to defeat, what was it, Walking Zens with headshots only, he just pulled him off into the side. That was smart.
Considering that headshots only headshots only does not save you from fall damage. So
yeah,
he really took advantage of that. Meanwhile, the Enchantress is trying to figure out what they can do.
Black Evo, he's just waiting patiently, going in for the kill.
Yeah, hits the ceiling. Oh, it does slide him out of the position, but Galaxy is going to actually be able to clean that up.
Okay.
The controls are really wonky, especially for the Monster Hogs, having to switch it up like that.
Dang. I do say, I know Black Evo got a little unlucky. He tried to punch out, but he hit the Torb that just got res, so the Torb just accidentally body blocked him.
Oh, Crow getting really low, and he's going to die. Stepped outside of his immortality field for a second, and T-Cat trying to get that damage in. Galaxy's going to get brought down. T-Cat just chilling in base, trying to get the damage, but the percentage is just only ticking up.
Man, whoever pulled the Monster Hogs punishment for level 5 just really made Monster Hogs dang.
Yeah, it's really difficult, especially cross tandem. Oh, and Kairos is able to use his ultimate as well, just to kind of zone him out, realizing that, you know, it is hard to multitask. This is the proof that multitasking on heroes in particular is very difficult. So they are trying to get the damage
Immortality
through.
field?
Okay, the beat dropped by Pac-Man.
But they can't touch.
They can't touch. That is going to be it. The Enchantresses are going to win it.
Oh man, I can feel it. T-Cat's gonna be a little salty about this because Monster Hogs have made it to level 5 fair and square, but not Enchantresses, but that c'est la vie, you know, time constraints.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's just the way how the cookie crumbles. As we see the Monster Hogs gonna be taken out here. But yeah, that is it. It was a really difficult game. Honestly, I would have loved to see them continue to play on even harder circumstances. I would love to see them play both cross tandem and just see how crazy and insane that would get. But congratulations to both of these teams. The Enchantresses going to be taking the win over the Monster Hogs. So yeah, any final thoughts here?
I do say it was a little bit sad for Monster Hogs. Whoever pulled that punishment for them really just made their night like that. Like, ooh, that was a little sad. But it does show that multitasking is a hard thing to do.
And here we go. We do have the Monster Hogs here, so come on in.
Come. Does this work? I don't know. We're about to find out this works.
I got it. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Okay. Anyways, so we have the Monster Hogs here. Sad defeats, all due to time constraints. Tell us about it, T.
Oh, well, I think it was like just really hard for us because we had to play on like 2 computers at the same time while they're just playing like Doomfist. So yeah, I think it was just like difficult for us to like focus on 2 things at the same time, but they played well, so.
It was just kind of difficult, especially I tried to split up your attention, trying to prove that, you know, multitasking is very difficult. What is your thoughts on your previous Batsus, if you had any?
On previous what?
Your previous punishment games that you used to have. You had no AD, and that was changed to emotes.
Yeah.
You guys had the same colors thing and also low gravity at some point.
I guess, honestly, it just got from fun and then slowly got unfun, more and more unfun as the tournament went. Like, that was like the...
Watch out, don't lean on TVs. Yeah, sorry about that.
That match, it wasn't fun at all. It just got worse and worse as the tournament went on. The punishments made it sadder.
All right. And yeah, go ahead and pass it on.
So, Dante, how do you feel about the AD strafe into AD emotes? How do you feel about that? You feel good?
No. Why will you do this to us, huh? Huh?
It's part of the trick or treats spirit, the fact that it's half tricks, half treats. But you guys won't be going home empty-handed. I will be handing out a lot of prizes to you guys. So go ahead and pass it on.
All right, please give us your names because you are new to this.
Yes, I am. My name's Khalesia. Is that any other information, I guess?
Oh, what was your in-game name?
My in-game name, Galaxy.
Galaxy, okay.
So,
throughout this whole tournament, how do you feel like winning games even though you had such weird and very horrible handicaps?
I mean, I think it was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed getting a challenge of things. I will say the last one was a little bit irritating, but I mean, the rest, like the couldn't go side to side. When it came to taking the payload, I feel like that was the one that was most challenging because it moves. Compared to when we had to claim the objective, we can easily like stay in one area. So I thought that was pretty, like, it just depends on the play that we're doing. So, yeah.
Another question for you, Galaxy. You signed up as a tank player for this, or your secondary was
my
tank?
Secondary was tank.
Was
yeah.
tank. How did it feel to play with this guy? Play with Harambe. He is the main tank for the varsity team. Was there any pointers that he gave you throughout the game, or did you just kind of vibe and figure out how it worked?
Just mostly trying to figure it out. He kind of told me where to go or what to do, which players to mainly play. So it just helped me a lot. So.
All right, cool. And then, yep. And we have All Mate Rain, right? All
Mate
Ra-
Rain 9.
Mate Rain. Oh my God, I'm so bad.
No, it's fine. I was called All Mattern and All Mate and different other names, but
okay.
I'm slowly progressing not to get angry about it. So All Mate Rain 9 is usually the one, but I'm gonna change it
Oh,
eventually.
don't worry. You should have heard this guy. You should have heard Kanashii's first name when he first joined the school.
Ooh, don't. Let's not go into that.
Hells.
It was hard. Try saying 6 syllables in like 1 second. It doesn't help. But yeah, you were the support alongside Ramel.
Yes, I was. I was a support main there.
And you guys both played on controllers for the most part. I'm sorry that the Bazu game got a lot more difficult as it went through. But if anything, you guys proved that controller players are not to be looked down upon. You guys equally, you guys compete. You guys both competed in here, and it was impressive that you guys both got to level 5. But when it came down to keeping the rest of the team alive, is there any tips in terms of like, if you want to call out anybody right now, you can do it now.
Everybody was fine. Everybody was fine,
It's okay.
T-Cat gave me really good pointers on a lot of things, like good old pharmacies back together, and that was really good. When we did the tank from the AD problem, that situation was a chaos, but when we all decided to do the 2 shields and the Baptiste and the Mercy with T-Cat with the Bastion and all that, that was just freaking awesome, and we did a really good job, and T-Cat, I appreciate you for all the good call outs for helping out for the heals and everything. So, but as healing buddies, it's a pain, but you know what? Not everybody plays a good supporter, but when we're both from controllers and everything, it's a lot of practice there. From me being PS4 for the 2 years that I've been playing on there, and this is going to be my 1-year anniversary playing on PC. It's a lot of work.
Ooh.
It's a lot of work.
All right.
All right.
Ramel.
And we'll give it to Ramel, aka Bad Connect. Yeah, come on in.
Oh man.
All right, Ramel, I got one question for you only from me.
Shoot.
How do you feel about this whole tournament? Like, with all the boxes, all the punishments, how does it feel? Like, you made it so far.
Feels bad, man.
Oh.
That's just how the tournament was supposed to be laid out. It just gets progressively harder. So, yeah, I heard that you also have a tournament coming up.
Oh yes. If I should elaborate on that,
Go for it.
Our tournament for November 4th is supposed to be the Mortal Kombat tournament. A lot of people has been asking about playing Mortal Kombat, so we are doing a Mortal Kombat tournament. It is Test Your Might. That is going to be the pitch for it, and anybody can come and play. Anybody can come out and actually attend it. It's going to be on a Monday. We're trying to work out the time to make sure that the time is a good scheduled time, but right now we're shooting for 7 p.m. If anything else changed, just stay tuned. Be on the fighter server, and that's where you will find all the information at.
All right. Thank you. And by the way, you guys will all be going home with 1 case of Coconut Edition Red Bull, as well as 2 full-size candy bars from yours truly. So yeah, we will get you those prizing afterwards. We got to go and get the other team.
All right. Thank you again. We'll bring you back to get your prizes.
Thank you very much. Once again, that was the Monster Hogs. That was T-Cat's Monster Hogs, the captain. They did get to level 5. The games were hard. Obviously, we made them hard on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, now we got to bring in the Enchantresses, Kairos's Enchantresses.
Mm-hmm.
This is the other team that made it all the way here. They will be taking home the grand prize, but we'll see what they come in with.
I'm sure Kairos will be happy that he can actually get a cookbook that doesn't involve this one weird recipe with peanut butter and certain noodles. I think his girlfriend will be really happy with that too.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually decide to use it. Okay, so. Oh, they're short die day.
Yeah, so we're getting one more player right now. He's currently eating. He probably didn't think he has to come up to the booth and talk, but C'est la vie. We'll wait for him to come in. Until then, we got Pac-Man.
We'll interview Pac-Man since you're all the way over here. I'll hang on to it. I'll reach.
Don't do it, Mike. Still like an Overwatch League.
Oh my God. Yeah. From your previous Batu games, you casted with me earlier.
Right.
But from your previous Batu games, you guys had the kazoos. Obviously, everybody had kazoos.
Yep.
Must play the hero on the hero select screen.
Right.
No tanks. And directional keys as the arrows, and then unbind primary fire. Which of those was the hardest for you guys?
Probably no tanks. That we had so many matches that we felt we're in such a huge disadvantage because it's like such an important part of the meta or just the game in general. So not having those characters really felt like we were lacking something. It was really hard.
Yeah.
You know, it was Harambe who chose no tanks too as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he did that on purpose just to spite me.
I'm surprised he didn't go really hard on you guys and say no healers. But oh well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way the game goes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and next we have Kairos. I stayed over at your house. I'm probably sick. So thanks. So I at least got something out of this. What was your favorite matchup that you had?
The favorite one?
Yeah.
You know.
Which one?
It was Route 66.
Route 66. That was against the Monster Hogs, right?
When they had no 80 strafe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
That was funny. Yeah. Easy headshot.
So yeah. Anything else to ask Kairos in particular?
All right. You want a cookbook. One of you guys is going to get a cookbook.
Oh no.
Do you want the cookbook or do you want someone else to get the cookbook? Because
I want it.
You want it? Okay, cool.
You guys could all fight over it in a
Yeah,
bit.
you can 1v1 each other.
Oh yeah, okay.
That'd be. You're gonna put Kairos in a Widow 1v1?
Who says it's gonna be Widow 1v1? I said they're gonna play. They could play Tekken for all I know.
Oh.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Right. And then, who do we have here? Let's see. What do we got? Gren the ninja.
Yep, I'm Isaac, and I was DPS for the Enchantresses.
Yeah. You queued up with Black Evo, right?
Yeah.
So I asked him when he was on the desk, how did you guys like end up hanging out? Is there any cool backstory in terms of that?
He got me into playing PC on Overwatch because I was a console player at first, and I was pretty good, but then I was like, you know what, might as well learn PC, and it's actually really fun, and learning different ways on like how to play. It's really challenging, but it's a lot of fun in a way, and learning with this other team is pretty fun too as well.
All right, cool.
And just so you know, for you controller players, people who still want to play Overwatch on controller, remember, there's this one guy, this one amazing main support pro player who used to play for the Montreal Rebellion, the Toronto Defiance Academy, and the Atlanta Academy. His name's Tensa. He plays as a pro on controller. So if you think controllers aren't good, can't make it pro, look at Tensa. He's a role model. It's dope.
All right. We have Black Evo.
Yep, that's me.
I mean, I casted with him. We already talked. It's all up to you. It's all you now.
All right. So, well, I see on the Discord you're in the ArtU Esports team. You're in Ruby.
Yeah.
How's it feel to be on the team?
It's super fun, super exhilarating. I've never played as part of like a pre-made team before.
Nice.
And so like the first couple of weeks were kind of hard, trying to learn my shot calls and what I do and how to work as a team. But it's really fun now, yeah.
Nice. And you also won a prize as well today. You got a Tesla hoodie that happens to be your size. Not a lot of people that won those. I will say this. In the past, when people won those hoodies, it's usually not their size, and sometimes they have to give it away to their family or something. I say you're pretty lucky with that size right there.
Yeah, I am, and I really like it too.
Nice.
All right, now we have Crow.
Yes.
No, come on, step on in.
Come on, close in the frame. All right, Crow. Tell me, this is your first. Well, it's not your first time on the desk actually, but is it?
It's not.
It's not. He's been here.
Okay, he was.
Don't worry.
I'm out of it right now. It's a long day, but nonetheless, how do you feel throughout the whole day with the delays, with the food, but in the end you still won with that weird 2 punishment levels in the same game? How's it feel winning after all of that?
I mean, I was the support. I was just laying back and making sure these idiots are alive.
Well said. Well said.
No, it was really fun, and my favorite games were like the most challenging ones, like us missing our tank rolls, because that's just more pressure on the support, and it was fun, honestly.
Nice.
So yeah, in the end, it's worth it.
Nice. Got any questions for him?
No, we were on the desk. We chatted then.
All right.
I get to just like breeze through half of this interview just because like we already caught up.
All right.
Save your breath for total.
Daide, also Panit, come here, my friend. You've been here many times. You've participated in many tournaments. You even won one tournament, I believe, as well. How's it feel like coming back and winning another one?
Considering that this is all
Come
unorthodox.
here for the free food. That's all I need.
Came here for the free food.
I just confusing that how did we win? It's not supposed to happen. But it happened. But I just come here for food. That's all I need.
Oh man. There you go. Well, he speaks his mind.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold right click.
Okay, and then last but not least, sadly he had to fill in. Come in, Anime Lou.
Yeah. So you came in fill in. Who did you lose? Was it? Wait. How did he fill in?
No. He just rotated in.
Oh, you just rotated in. Awesome. Well, as a feel, you came in, you cast it. You also participated in the cosplay contest, and we keep making a joke that you're from Smash, but we all know you're actually from Mario Party, right? Mario Party. Am I right? No, I'm kidding. That joke, yes. Great movie. Anyways, so you won the tournament. You won an Overwatch tournament. Is this the first time you won an Overwatch tournament?
Actually, no. I remember playing with you guys. Remember when we were doing the 6v6 before?
Ah, so you won. So it's your second time where, well, it's definitely not your first. How does it feel like? It's a different setting. It's not really competitive. You're not winning like any big prizes anymore. You're here to have fun. You're winning candy, and possibly you might get that cookbook, depending if Karos takes it or not. How does it feel like? It's fun. A fun little tournament.
Yeah, these tournaments are always fun, especially when we get to mess around. But the penalties are really hard. And Pac-Man over here saying, "Yeah, you didn't have to play through that torture."
So yeah, that is it. We have the Enchantresses, who are going to be our champions. They're going to be taking home the Overwatch cookbook, as well as the 30 pieces of candy. Go ahead and take that. Go ahead and hold that up for you guys.
Did he also get these little trophies too?
Yeah, you guys also get one of these trophies as well. Well, you get all of them because you guys have 7 players. So yeah, we will distribute that out. So thank you guys for joining us for the KanashiiGG Trick or Treat Throwdown. I've been your host, Kevin KanashiiGG's, and
I'm your technical director that is now put into casting, Victor V-Flight Potikan.
Yep, and we will see you on the next Overwatch tournament, which will be December 7th, and we hope to see you guys then.
Peace.
See ya.
Support Tier 3 Overwatch.
Yep, support every tier Overwatch.